Good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation or around the world. Welcome to Darebin and welcome to Series Futsal and to the continuation of a title race for time, one which is looking like it's going to be one for the ages. The first of our crown chasing couple, the leaders, a brief chance for a solo look at the top of the table. An opportunity not just to stay at the summit, but to apply the pressure that comes with a momentary 5-point lead if they're to be victorious tonight. They come up against the Carlton Heart side, who have rallied from a sluggish start and can, with a win, steer themselves off the bottom of the table. Victory for them would be vital, as not only have they not got one over Fitzroy so far this season, but by night's end, not only do they get to throw a spanner in the works of the title race, they too could well be in the running for that top three, a top three which is becoming increasingly bunched as the weeks pass and as the season comes towards its run-in and its conclusion. My name's Ethan Rigg, and I'm joined on commentary, as always on Friday, by Mason Fitzgerald. Good evening, Mason.
Good evening, Ethan. We got quite the tie to start off the night. An in-form Carlton team compared to their early season struggles versus who else but the table toppers, Fitzroy Lions.
Fitzroy have been in fantastic form since that Victoria Lions defeat earlier on in the campaign, yet to even drop a point from that standpoint. And I'll certainly be hoping that the same is a continuation of that good run this evening. When Frascalzo lost out momentarily. Bryant set it for Vonya, who plays once again against her former side. Now Abdulatif happy to drop it off for Diana Frescalzo. Her ball a little bit too far away from Heasley. So the opportunity is quite clear ahead of Jimmy Soufis and Scott Rogan this evening. 5 points clear if they win in the early kickoff. It's the first time that they will be given the opportunity to stretch their legs at the top of the table this season. Although Victoria Lions play next and they can shrink it right back, just how big of a mental edge is that for Fitzroy to know that not only is it in their destiny, but they have an opportunity every week to ensure Victoria Lions have to be perfect.
Look, Ethan, the Tigers were at one point chasing with Vic Lions being 3 points clear. But after that 3-3 draw with 1-0, the gap just continued to close, and to the point where now with a win tonight, Fitzroy could really stake their name at the top of the table. We obviously don't know what's going to happen in the later fixture between Eastern 1-0 and Vic Lions, but they've now put a noticeable buffer leading on to that fixture.
So we get the first corner for Frescalzo's take. One to another, set for Abdulatif. Heasley, who was hustled by Vonya, and to good effect. Carter not just holding firm at the moment. Reese and Teresi active and animated on that touchline. And there seems to be a brief issue with the stop clock. It's well picked up on by Jimmy Soufis. And now play gets back underway, and the time will be ticking down from where it should be. There's Piers Barlow on for Vonya. Now Bowen, who showed too much to Frescalzo. Claudia's ricochet, then found Diana, who went charging. Piers Barlow did well. Frescalzo and her became entangled. Then Bryant, back for Piers Barlow, who couldn't go beyond Abdulatif. The Tigers are in quite a hurry. Been a symbol of how they've gone about things this season, a real pace to the way that Jimmy Soufis' side have played. That's tidy from Abdulatif. Frescalzo kept it alive and then spit it across for Heasley, whose flick was one that was far wide of the post.
You can sense the Fitzroy hunger to get that early opener, so they can really cement their name at the top, just even if that's momentarily by 5 points. It would still mean so much in the grand scheme of this season as we are past that halfway point.
For Abdulatif. For Heasley, again no way beyond Vonya. Fitzroy so far have been parched in front of goal for all but 4 minutes. There's Abdulatif. Frescalzo, who after her exploits last week has more goals than anybody else in the division now. She's the new leader of the Golden Boot race, the first to hit 20 in the campaign, and has done so in very, very quick succession. Went to spin beyond Piers Barlow, who left too much of a leg in and gave away a free kick. Right on the edge of the area. For the first time tonight, the leaders have a look at a set piece. Two entirely unattended at the back post. Heasley more threatening. Abdulatif a bit more of a distance. Frescalzo, one step for another. The ricochet found Heasley, who wins a corner. Vonya was quickly across just to get a flick on it. Almost turned an opportunistic poke into something problematic for Olsen. Corner taken for Frescalzo. It's a good hit and a good save. Olsen got down quickly. And from where Fitzroy had been turning the screw, Claudia Frescalzo almost provided them with the first real opening of the night. She gets another look now. Bowen stood her up. Abdulatif set it for Diana Frescalzo. Again, Bowen went to charge, and Piers Barlow picked it off this time. Abdulatif couldn't quite get there. Bryant, Frescalzo hustling and doing brilliantly. And once more, that ball just a little bit too far ahead from Heasley. A rhythmic start, however, from the league leaders. who themselves are looking for a treble of wins over this side. Frascalzo away from Bowen, through Olsen and in, and Fitzroy have got the perfect start. And given their first 5 minutes, it had been coming.
Tidy finish there from Claudio Frascalzo. Through the keeper's legs, I believe, and a little chuckle from Emma Olsen after that.
And the golden boot leader with a golden touch to give Fitzroy a goal that is worth its weight in gold. Hart respond quickly with a corner. Piers Barlow with quite the prod from distance. Forced a denial from air. Bowen's take. Quickly back for Piers Barlow, who had Frascalzo to go around and couldn't find a way. Bowen was wanted. Abdul Latif got a foot in. Frascalzo, Abdul Latif once more. Talk about players who've been having quite the season. 12 assists for Layla Abdul Latif. She has been at her creative best. For a Fitzroy side who have really flipped the narrative of their season. That's good link up, one for Frascalzo to another. All he needed was the finishing touch, and it would have been two in next to no time.
It was a good move there by Fitzroy. Just mere centimetres off a back post finish, but showing signs of a real demolition perhaps this evening.
Our previous two meetings against Hart have certainly not been ones where the Tigers have been fraught of goals. Two remarkably convincing performances across that. They started, of course, on opening night, a monster 9-0 win. They followed it up and went one better with a 9-0 demolition job a few weeks back. So 18 already against Carlton Hart this season, albeit this is a Hart side who have turned a corner in the last month and a bit. But that being said, having scored with so much freedom and frequency, that also plays its role this evening, not just on the Hart minds, but on Fitzroy's too. You can feel there's a confidence flowing through this team right now.
Yeah, you could almost say Fitzroy in a bit of a flow state, whereas the goals just seem to be keep coming, and they just don't seem like they're going to stop really. And you know, they had that 2-0 win against Vic Lions just a couple weeks prior, and even in that game, though they only scored 2, they were the dominant side throughout. So I think Jimmy Suvers' side will be really happy with their form and how they've turned a disappointing loss to Victoria Lions, 7-8 I believe that was, to now some consistent domination throughout the league.
There's a real opportunity as well for them to have a 9-point swing on where they were this time, the last time this fixture was played. The gap on that night was 4. It then shrunk, of course, all the way down, and Fitzroy went and pinched the lead of the title race. Now they have an opportunity, even if it is only for an hour or so, to have a lead of 5 points, to have an entire flip on the narrative when it could have been oh so easy to have it slip from their grasp. Bowen battled with McClure and just had too much of a shoulder. And already, for the table-topping Tigers, it's going to plan. Sabre on that occasion was unable to steer it for Frascalzo. As McClure. Claudia Frascalzo had power to go around. Bryant went to lend a helping hand. Frascalzo, Sabre, who spun Piers Barlow. Bowen just indicating a bit of calm to let it run out of play. Fitzroy with a very, very strong start to this game. Lion's share of the possessions have created all the opportunities. It's a Hart side who have sat into relatively good effect. That being said, so far, the concession of only 1, though, it can be seen how quickly that could all fall apart as McClure on for Frascalzo, who tiptoed away from Bowen brilliantly, rolled it on for Waljarin, who went searching for Sabre, who sped in a second. Wonderfully worked across the edge of the area. While Jarin's ball was weighted perfectly, Sabre came onto it first time and smashed it into the roof of Olsen's net.
Great finish there, the double Fitzroy's lead of the evening, and now coming on is Vivian Power.
She immediately tried to find Bowen. Yet another one, another youngster, blooded by Resin Teresi into this Hart Senior setup. Had their fair share this season thus far. So represented him at the state championships as well, where they were quite successful. As Vonya went early, Air was caught wrong-footed momentarily and had to concede the corner.
You know, Carlton almost runs through her blood. Vivian, her brother Aiden represents the men's side. Younger brother Callum represents the junior side, and they really are Carlton through and through.
Here's Barlow. Hit her effort from the corner quite far over. Resin Teresi unafraid of trusting the youngsters this season. He's afforded a debut to many, many a name. You think of players like Clara Ramanayaka as well, and Lucinda Bowen, who's been a bright spark so far for Hart this season. I'll be hoping that Vivian Power can provide the same. It's a good win from Sabre for Escalzo, while Jarin forced Piers Barlow to bundle into Olsen, and Friscalzo was on her own at the back post to turn in a quick-fire 1-2 punch. She and they are at it again.
Great finish there. Fitzroy now 3 goals in the lead, really starting to get back into their goal-scoring boots as Ty Bryant comes on with the bib on. Now, just before we mention Viv, we often have to give a mention to Nimi MacArthur, also a youngster for Carlton. Another one of their teenage talents, and they're really just entrusting the youth against such a strong Fitzroy side.
It's quite a way to get a lot of these young players who they hope will have long and storied tales at heart. Just that first taste of senior experience and that first opportunity to test themselves in the top flight. And sometimes, especially at the start of the season with a lot of injuries, it was out of necessity rather than option, and that may still be the case as well. Jarin is found brilliantly. Abdul Latif with a beauty of a ball. And while Jarin was in the right place at the right time and given the simplest of finishes, and from a first half which started as a source of some frustration, the floodgates have truly opened.
That was a ball and a half there from Layla Abdul Latif. 12 assists turned to 13. Great bit of futsal there by Fitzroy.
Unlucky for some, not unlucky for Layla Abdul Latif. Nor is it unlucky for Fitzroy. Coming into tonight, 13 without defeat against Carlton Hart, and they're well on the way to that, becoming 14 as well. Jarin, Sabre, steered it on, and here is Abdul Latif, who tiptoed round Power and couldn't place it beyond Bryant. And instead got the final, albeit faintest of flicks. And all of that Hart's early persistence, all of that early poise and defensive defiance hasn't come unstuck, isn't at risk of coming unstuck. It has just met a side that are playing fever pitch futsal right now. While Jarin, McClure crashed it off Vonya and out of play. Well, that's being said, they only need 9 to already have hit a century of goals this season in the league. It's quite something. The way they've attacked with ferocity. Another beauty of a ball from Abdul Latif. That one well read by Piers Barlow, who had to clear, but she is causing oh so many problems for Carlton Hart so far. Liz Air encouraged to go for an adventure and had a go! And Olsen had to palm over to be sure.
Good save there by Olsen, but Air with quite the strike.
Corner quickly for McClure. Air stayed out. Wanted another go. At that time, got it through the legs of Vonya, but no further. And Olsen wanted urgency. Bryant was the only one who came and presented an option. Couldn't thread it for Vonya. Well, read by McClure, Sabre, Abdul Latif. Now, well, Jarin. The other way for Sabre, who was stretching, but to no avail. And we're near the first half's halfway stage. It's been quite the start for Fitzroy. Who have started this half incredibly brightly. Just the start the league leaders would have wanted. And in fact, in the time we missed it, a fifth was added. That is quite remarkable.
Oh, goodness. We seem to have missed Fitzroy's fifth of the evening.
Astonishing. Some speed it was scored with.
That just shows how fast these Fitzroy players are at finishing off.
Devastating in their nature. You get the feeling they're in the mood for more as well. McClure on for Sabre, and this time Olsen had to save. It's quickly on for Bowen. And now an opportunity for Lucinda Bowen at the other end. Air denied her. Well found by MacArthur as well on the 1-2.
Good bit of play there by the teenagers.
Bowen again invited to strike. Sabre cut it out. McClure. Abdulatif. Got away beyond MacArthur. Couldn't steer it into Sabre's path. Lawson went long. There was nobody really further forward. Hearts have not really committed a lot of numbers thus far in this game. It's been quite a, you wouldn't say a tempered performance from Reece Teresi's side thus far, though when it's come to the attacking end, Fitzroy have been doing all of it. McClure is charging, Piers Barlow blocked. Now well, Jarin worked a yard for herself. It was whipping, but not enough. Bryant, that time, wasn't able to steer it. Happened at breakneck speed. For that fifth, Piers Barlow, Hart looked like they had it controlled at the back, but it was terrifically done by Niamh McClure, who then sauntered through and finished. And now Abdulatif is on the charge and gave one that was curling confidently, but not convincingly. Bryant. But this is the problem for Hart. Whenever they look to get an opportunity for a way out, they always return possession in some pace. And Frescalzo looking to make them pay. Heasley, Abdulatif. That's a rarity from Layla, a loose ball. Bryant. Again, Bowen the only option forward. It's been a very, almost a dip your toe in kind of half from Carlton Hart so far. They haven't really thrown a lot at Fitzroy, whereas I do have sat in, but that attacking threat and ensuring that it stays there and remains present, it's important, and it's perhaps something Reece Teresi might look to address at half-time.
Yeah, you know, I heard his pre-game team talk. It was pretty, as you'd expect almost, as, you know, do the low block, do the simple things right, prevent the goals from really being conceded. But for the first 5 or so minutes, Carlton did do that very, very well. But Fitzroy's quality, as I say,
lovely poke. Frescalzo just diverted it. Heasley put it into a dangerous area. And Claudia Frescalzo, who already is up and running for the evening with a clever finish. Just a cool readjustment. Opened up, Olsen was committed one way and was absolutely no chance. And now they might have a look for another. Abdulatif on a poke. Bryant gave it away. Fitzroy have a corner.
Fitzroy just showing their speed and attack. Carlton's low block worked effectively at the start, but the power of Fitzroy as Abdulatif with a wayward shot there. Excellent save by Olsen.
Let's get a tip. That was travelling from Abdulatif. He's found again by Heasley. This time has Bowen to go at. Abdulatif, Heasley, Frescalzo. Olsen happy to watch it fly wide. They have been dominant thus far in this first half. Hard have been hit for 6. There's Frescalzo. One finds another once more. And Fitzroy wanting to work at pace. Power Had Pizbarlo there to lend a hand, and she picked Frascalzo's pocket. And couldn't steer it for Bryant as Abdul Latif came across. Diana Frascalzo. Now Abdul Latif. Steered well for Claudia Frascalzo, whose touch was incredibly tidy. Frascalzo. Abdul Latif. Bowen did well to force her backwards. Hart still hanging in there, wanting to ensure that they limit any further fury. Frascalzo, lovely layoff, and a good block in the end from Bryant, who then had 4 to dance around, all of whom were wanting to pounce. Abdul Latif went and picked it off. And again, was happy to retreat. Heasley, Claudia Frascalzo. Abdul Latif. Heasley. Frascalzo. Lovely shift away, and a good save from Olsen at a near post.
Good save there from Olsen once again. Fitzroy just racking up the corners in this first half. The 6-goal lead, surely to be more soon.
Frascalzo's take, and that one placed too far away from McClure, who had recently come back on. And for Carlton Hart, we've spoken about how Fitzroy have scored with fluency this season. Their defence, the league's second leakiest, only Northcut have conceded more. Across the course of this campaign, there is an anomaly in there, of course, and that was last week's result for Isho Haskell's side. But for Eason Teresi and co, they must be looking at this as a way of, after this evening, it is one less time they have to play the Tigers. They've chalked 3 off by the end of the evening, and Heasley had a ricochet, got it back off Olsen, and was given the easiest of steerings from right on the line. The Hearts keeper not too happy with how much space and time she was afforded. Heasley crept round the back, all on her own. And then at the second time of asking, gave the simplest of tap-ins.
Unlucky there from the goalkeeper, but Fitzroy's side ball techniques just being a little bit too much for Carlton. They've already had 2 directly from them. Could be more.
And with that, they are in that kind of mood as well. You saw how it quickly took hold last week for Fitzroy too. This, they are looking 28 in their last game and a half of futsal. It's quite something to score with frequency, and now they are only 6 from a century this season. And we've just ticked over the halfway point of the campaign. As Power couldn't steer it down the line for Pizbarlo. McClure picked it off well. It's a good challenge from Vivian Power in retreat. But for this Fitzroy side, the run-in starts in only a week or 2, really. This season has flown by. It looks as though with 5 to go in the first half, it will be a 5-point lead for Jimmy Soufis and co at the top of the tree. Sabre couldn't spin Bowen. I tried to set it for Frascalzo. Pizbarlo happy to usher it out of play. Victoria Line 2 are the second instalment of the night. They must be watching this and wondering if and then when a possible spanner in the works could come. If not, it hinges on those 2 fixtures. And if Fitzroy are to go into it with more than a game ahead, the objective is clear at that point in time. You must hold them at the bare minimum. 2 results favour them. There's Elizabeth there, again encouraged to carry over. Found Frascalzo quite well, who was unable to get beyond Pizbarlo.
It's going to be interesting, Ethan, to see just how much that 3-0 draw with 1-0 will depict the eventual title winners this season. Could
Lovely ball from Air and Frascalzo. Just quickly swiveled. Olsen when searching for Vonya. Frascalzo happy to nod it, and now they can break. Diana Frascalzo had Sabre up with her. Bowen with a good block. Piers Barlow. And again, Bowen just forced to clear.
Just interesting to see if that one little uncharacteristic mistake there by Vic Lions could end Fitzroy 2 points clear at the top by the end of the season.
At the moment, that's the way it's swaying, as Fitzroy wants timeout. They've been dominant in the first quarter of an hour of this game. As we get a timeout for the first time, it's Fitzroy 7, Carlton Heart 0. We return from timeouts for the first time this evening. And Fitzroy, who have been flying in this first half, have already racked up 7. With quite some ease too, against the Carlton Heart team, who are still hanging in there. That recent renaissance seems to have petered out a little bit, though. Vonya is on the charge and wasn't able to steer it centrally. Piers Barlow was lurking, but unfound. It's been a fluency and fluidity to the way that the Tigers have played so far in this game. There's McClure. Get on for Frascalzo. Steered down the line for Sabre. Piers Barlow did well in retreat, though conceded a corner. Again, Frascalzo's take. Driven with depth for McClure. Claudia Frascalzo. Steered it for Diana Frascalzo, who did well. Piers Barlow, who is never one that's short of heart, has shown a lot of that in this first half. There was invited to go with the yard she was afforded. Sabre Frascalzo. Spun sharply and won a corner. Still they search. Perhaps for another few before the break. 3.5 till half time. Frascalzo forces a good save from Olsen. Had to be watchful. Saw it a little bit late. Just gave it a telling touch over the bar. Frascalzo's corner. McClure was starting and scoring with certainty. Fired across. Niamh McClure timed her run to absolute perfection. And then just the quick adjustment to steer it into the corner. It's a superbly taken goal.
Fitzroy really seeming like the set-piece specialist tonight. 1 from a corner, 2 from side balls. All-round excellency from them.
And this is a side who are on the verge of double digits before the break, who are on the verge of bettering both results against Carlton Heart this season, and we're not even halfway there yet, as McClure on for Sabre. It's a tidy shift. Frascalzo left it for Jarin, who kept it going. Sabre. McClure. Vonya hot on her heels. Niamh McClure did well, and then found Frascalzo, whose rollback was wonderful. McClure was going through. It's a brilliant goal. Terrifically worked. The patience, the poise. The flick from Frascalzo was fabulous. And the finish from McClure, fired low, fired hard, fired beyond Olsen. And they are firing their way towards double digits before half-time in Darebin.
Could they better their previous 2 results against Carlton just in the first half?
They've already matched it, goals scored-wise. This is now 27 scored against Hart this season. And there is still plenty of time to add to that tally. And you get the feeling that they will be doing so. Air gave a hit. Olsen was wrong-sighted momentarily. He took a wicked deflection. Fitzroy have a corner. While Jarin, Frascalzo, who wanted to set for the shot. Bryant came out to meet her and then went and won it. It's tidily done by Bryant, and it's a beauty of a ball for Piers Barlow, who had a look at air and steered over. But easily the best Hart have produced in this half.
Yeah, that was Carlton's real first chance where you could say they probably maybe could have scored that one. But that was all from the counter-attacking play, which I think was Reece and Trissie's message before the game, really, to defend strong and get the chances off the counter-attack when you can.
Hart corner again for Piers Barlow. And again gave it a go, though it was well wide of the net. Air rolled it on for Abdul Latif. He had the feeling the message is clear for Fitzroy. Find 10 before half-time and see where they go from there. McClure, again not beyond Bryant, now Piers Barlow. Set it back for Bowen, who was waiting on a runner, and Bryant obliged. The ball was a tidy one too. Made its way through many a body, and Bryant in the end wasn't able to get there ahead of Elizabeth there, who's happy to concede the corner. Had no other choice. And can Hart find a way to blemish the clean sheet before the break? Corner taken short, well read by Abdul Latif, who is charging and driving. And still going is Layla Abdul Latif. Twinkle-toed, set it back for Wal Jarin. Abdul Latif got it back. Not be able to go beyond Bowen, who's now got room to drive and is away from Wal Jarin and denied by Air, who flung it for Sabre. She set back for Abdul Latif. Final minute of the first half in Darebin. Sabre, Wal Jarin. Sabre, Abdul Latif. Fancy to go! And went through the lot. Double digits before the end of the half. Right inside the final 60 seconds. Arrowed from Abdul Latif.
Fitzroy with a emphatic double-digit display in this first half. Starting strong Carlton, but Fitzroy with just too might to hold on.
And this, yet another double-digit demolition job, courtesy of Jimmy Soufas and co. They are now 3 shy of a century for the season. You get the feeling they could ton up tonight, well and truly. Back could be raised as Abdul Latif drove it just wide, and while Jarin was lurking. And in fact, Fitzroy have a corner. It took a flick on the way through too. McClure. Abdul Latif gave it a whip. And it required a touch from Olsen on its way. Another Fitzroy corner. While Jarin, McClure, who couldn't sort her feet out, poked it back for Abdul Latif. McClure. Time ticking to the break. Is there one look for yet another to take with them? Abdul Latif will have to go. The clock will beat them, but what a first 20 that is. Courtesy of the league leaders. Olsen was just sure enough. though whether it would have counted would have been down to official discretion. Half-time in Darebin. It has been more than a 5-star display. It has been 10 stars. A 10 out of 10 for the league leaders. Fitzroy 10, Carlton Heart 0. We return from half-time here in Darebin, and the first half was really a little bit of a Fitzroy rout. The league leaders have stretched their legs. The journey at the summit will be 5 for them, albeit momentarily. Victoria Lions, they do play 1-0 next, though. That fixture for them is fraught with danger. The last time that happened, it was the first time Victoria Lions dropped points as a Series Futsal side in league play. They, of course, have since gone on to do so and taste defeat for the first time. But that being said, this feels more monumental in its magnitude, because if a spanner is to be thrown into the works this evening, the gap is beyond the game. And Mason, given how the title race has been going so far this season, that's just something that the team who are now chasing can't afford to do.
Look, Ethan, I can imagine that the message is, wow, great save by Emma Olsen there. I can imagine the message is clear, and it's one message for Vic Lions, and they have to be absolutely flawless. Their little mistake against 1-0 has caused them to, even though Fitzroy and Vic Lions have beaten each other once, it causes them to be 2 points behind the now league leaders. And flawlessness isn't just an option, it's a must-do if Vic Lions want to stay in this title race.
And here is McClure. Abdulatif, Frascalzo. Has Vonya to go round and did so quite coolly. McClure once more. Frascalzo continued her run and enabled the overlap. Lovely roll back from McClure while Jarin was lurking. Bowen blocked the first time. Frascalzo had it set for her and found a way through. Flawless. The words on everybody's lips at the moment. And that was an example of it from Claudia Frascalzo.
Look, Fitzroy just toying with the Carlton defence there. They're 11th. They can't do any wrong tonight, really.
They truly cannot. You don't want to say it, but could they be on for 2 sets of 10 once again? Begs the question. 11 with 18 and a half of stop clock to go.
Mind you, Ethan, both the sides that Fitzroy have versed in back-to-back weeks were incredibly young. As we know, Northcut started the second half with an average team age of 13.8. And now Carlton currently playing with 3 teenagers on the court. So this is really teams for the future.
Abdulatif, oh, glorious, away from Power. Got beyond Piers Barlow with maybe a bit of fortune, and then fell for Piers Barlow. Power, that's tidily done to move it on to Bowen. Frascalzo in retreat did well. Claudia Frascalzo afforded many a yards, and Olsen denied well. Abdulatif now lurking, a cheeky little flick that was cleared off the line by Lucinda Bowen quite well. Though they are starting to have some fun with it, are Fitzroy. Well, Jarin's take. Again, Air allowed to venture. Well, Jarin.
Be interesting to see, Ethan, you know, Fitzroy now just 2 goals off a century, how eager they will be for these goals to stack up and to really put the goal difference race to bed between them and Vic Lions.
Frascalzo wanted to thread it for McClure. Piers Barlow got it after it bounced off Bowen. Steered well for Power, who wasn't able to keep it in play. Abdulatif and Frascalzo. Away from Vonya. Again, Piers Barlow defensively across, though Fitzroy have a corner. Corner taken quickly by Frascalzo. Bowen lunged out. And there was quite the conversation that was taking place with the officials and with Romy Heasley at the start of this second half. There was a little bit of tape on the wrist of the Fitzroy number 8. And it's covering a graze that is there at the moment. So that was the conversation, whether or not it was permissible, whether it was punishable. In the end, it's medical, as Frascalzo, almost with medical-like precision, went through. And that's precise from Bowen, but Frascalzo with pace and in retreat did well and saw it back to Air. Frascalzo searching again. It's a good chest down from McClure, whose toes were twinkling, but Bowen put a stop to that. And then went beyond Abdulatif before McClure in retreat ensured her challenge was made and ensured it was kept alive. Frascalzo. McClure. Went beyond Power. Went away from Piers Barlow, who then went and won it back. And immediately was faced by a white wall when going forward. Abdulatif intervened now, and Fitzroy on the charge. Layla Abdulatif couldn't get the shot away. Bowen got a boot on it. It then fell for Power, who was confronted by Frascalzo. The battle was one which she did not win. Friscalzo kept going. Heasley. Diana Friscalzo encouraged to drive. Vonia was there in vain. Abdulatif with a nice dink for Friscalzo. Here's Barlow warding off this time. Friscalzo kept spinning and Heasley just couldn't apply a flick to steer it goalward.
Dominant play there by Fitzroy. Really controlling the tempo and possession of this game now as McCarthy re-enters the pitch for Carlton Hart.
Bowen. Hart trying to work themselves out of trouble. This is where they faltered this evening, really. Playing out of the press and again given away to Abdulatif, who steered it on. One Friscalzo to another. And the cutback was placed a fraction too far ahead. But you feel as though they are getting just so much closer towards that 100th for the season. They are only 2 away, 98 this campaign, which is quite something. 3 figures on the horizon. Bowen gave away to Friscalzo when she went to thread it. Those two happy to just soak some time out of the game. Piers Barlow and MacArthur went to press, and Bryant did so this time. A slower start to this half for Hart, though it's worth remembering the first half started with a bit of a tussle for 5 minutes. And then Fitzroy flexed their muscle. Heasley. Friscalzo. Heasley. Sabre was lurking. Cleared away. Only as far as Heasley. Now Claudia Friscalzo. Away from MacArthur. Beyond Bryant. Piers Barlow then came crashing through and Olsen went to gather. Just to look ahead for this Carlton Hart side and for this Fitzroy side too. It's the reigning champions next for the Tigers. 1-0 for Hart, who themselves really are coming out of quite a fraught fortnight. It's been a nightmarish couple of weeks. In terms of fixturing for East Interisi side, they've had both the two at the top of the table. They are almost out of the woods when it comes to that. They've got 1-0, then Northcut, then Aku. But for Fitzroy, this is an important stretch. Aku, a 1-0 side who always have a habit of turning up against the Tigers before, on the 15th of May, the next meeting of 1 and 2 in the title race. So big fixtures for both of these sides in the context of their seasons, coming thick and fast. Tonight, really a precursor for that. But it's getting towards that stretch. The run-in, you feel, starts on the 8th of May, more so than anything. Not only could that have implications on the title race, it could have implications towards the league's foot, where Hart currently reside. Though, you feel as though before April is out, Reece Interisi's side will have hoped to have made ground and maybe get themselves off the bottom.
Yeah, you know, they're showing glimpses of how good the young squad can be. You know, with emphatic wins against Northcat and against 1-0. They just know that they're a little bit away from that big top 2, but if they continue this form, top 3 is a real possibility.
Friscalzo denied by Olsen. Will get a second go. Rolled it on for Sabre, and Emma Olsen again denied her. And again, wanted movement with urgency. Piers Barlow obliged, but couldn't keep it in. And on the flip side of that, of course, you have a team who are 5 points clear at the top of the table, who know that they are under a handful of weeks away. They're only a few from yet another test with the team who want to go and reclaim that spot on the rostrum's top step. As Bryant is a bit too overzealous and gives away a free kick, but they will have viewed both of the last fortnight as an opportunity just to bolster a bit more menace, and they've done so. It's a must that they remain perfect. And you wonder where they may lose points. The fixtures will not be as kind to Fitzroy in the weeks that follow as Sabre hits the post, and Heasley's follow-in is blocked by Piers Barlow at the expense of a corner. Taken with haste, Friscalzo drilled it, Bowen intervened. Again, Claudio Friscalzo took over and steered it on for Heasley. The return was behind two, Sabre kept it rolling. Diana Friscalzo from range, wasn't far away.
Carlton just holding strong as Fitzroy really still searching for that 99th, then 100th goal of their season.
Almost 7 of stop clock ticked over in this second half. And for Reece Interisi, he remains vocal, he remains animated. Just to see what his side can salvage from this eve, really. As Friscalzo couldn't find a way beyond Bryant. He'll be more aware that the season picks up, really, for them in the weeks that will follow. Bryant's corner, Bowen didn't catch it cleanly. Piers Barlow will make sure it's all right. McClure came charging at her. Neve McClure did well. Bryant nearly lost out to Heasley. Just a slightly comedic moment between Adrian Attard on the near side and Anna Piers Barlow, who, despite having possession, despite the right call being made, was still not best pleased. She heard it going the other way. And Fitzroy is still surging and still searching. Sabre. Heasley couldn't thread beyond Piers Barlow. That's a suave take, and unfortunately couldn't find Bryant to break the lines.
Just a little bit of jogger bonito there by Anna Piers Barlow. Excellent turn, but just miscommunication with the pass.
McClure drove it. Ricochet will find Friscalzo. Fitzroy really tonight have showcased their top gear. It's another message, another statement being sent to all those who wish to chase. Catch us if you can. For Jimmy Soufis' side, Heasley, it's good intervention from Vonya, who was then happy to clear. Sabre, Friscalzo. Bowen this time, the one there to make the challenge. 1-0 and Vic Lions up next. That will prove to be a pivotal piece of the evening's entertainment. Potentially an opportunity for another shake-up in the championship race. In the meantime, Piers Barlow has found Bryant, who gave it a good hit. Airs denial. Piers Barlow's follow-in is blazed over. Though, attacking-wise, that is much better from Hart. Thumbs up of approval from Reece Interisi, who liked more what he was seeing on that occasion. Sabre got it back from Heasley. Bryant with a good challenge. McClure gently down the line. Sabre just steered away from Bryant. And a lovely ball for Heasley, who couldn't get a clean connection. Bryant helped it on its way to Bowen, who's got away from Friscalzo. McClure is also in retreat. Lucinda Bowen did well to gain as many yards as she did.
Experience versus future talent there between Friscalzo and Bowen, but just short of keeping the ball in after quite a decent attempt at going forward. Carlton are looking much better the second half than the first, but they're still yet to break their own deadlock.
And it's a Fitzroy side who, the last time they met, Hart kept a clean sheet against them. No stranger to ensuring that, well, that attack flatlines more so than anything. Friscalzo for McClure. Around Vonya. Couldn't thread it for Heasley. Took a ricochet off Vonya. Romy Heasley will keep it alive. Piers Barlow was there to press. Friscalzo steered it down the line. There was not a willing runner. Maybe a couple of changes being prepped on the Fitzroy bench. Power reinstated for Hearts. Can she give them maybe some extra voltage in front of goal? There has been a bit of a power outage for Carlton so far this evening. We'll be looking to turn the lights back on in some little way. Given away by Power this time. Abdulatif. Frascalzo steered it, Sabre. Abdulatif kept going and then steered it over. All on her own at the far post. Terrifically timed run. And all it needed was a turn in. It created the yard for herself. Completely unfollowed. It just lacked that finishing touch. Sabre. Abdulatif went to take over and didn't connect at all, but Frascalzo then came charging through away from Bowen, and Olsen did well to deny her. Wanted to spear it for Power, but that had too much pace on it. Halfway stage of this second half here in Darebin. Fitzroy have only added a further singular goal since the break. All their talking was done in the first 20. There is still that small personal milestone of chalking up 3 figures in terms of goals this season. One that they won't want to squander, and it's something that you want to make good on as quickly as you can. Scored with a lot of freedom. Whereas this evening, safe to say going forward, at least on that attacking end in particular, Mason Hart have been quite frugal.
Yeah, they're just, oh wow.
Lovely. From Layla Abdulatif, who steered it for Sabre. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous goal. Masterfully constructed. Away from one, away from two, through the legs of both. And then the peace of mind just to steer it to an unmarked Sabre at the back stick. Abdulatif at her amazing best. And Fitzroy are 1 from a ton.
That was utter brilliance there by Layla Abdulatif. The assist queen of our league with a double nutmeg to a back post tap in. Unbelievable to strike Fitzroy even further in the lead as Carlton with some changes. Bowen and Power off for McCarthy and Bryan. 2 teenagers off for 2 teenagers on as Piers Barlow picks it up here.
And she has a vacant net as well. Air was slow in getting back. Piers Barlow just couldn't place it on target. Claudia Frascalzo comes back on for Fitzroy. And wouldn't it be fitting for the skipper to be the Centurion as well? There's Abdulatif toying with MacArthur. It's magnificent from Layla Abdulatif. And Piers Barlow was there to stop the fun and then provide a bit of her own. MacArthur, Frascalzo went and won it back. While Jarin, McClure. Again on for Abdulatif. Steered it in for Frascalzo while Jarin was going as well. And now the counter's on. Piers Barlow gave it a go. It swiveled and really swerved late. And it was beaten away by air to the advantage of Jarin. Frascalzo made up the yardage. Jarin set it back for Claudia Frascalzo. Couldn't get beyond Vonya. And she in turn set it for Piers Barlow. She did very tidily there, did Vonya, just to evade all the pressure, as Bryant is starved of options further forward. Bowen getting prepped once again, being provided some wisdom as counsel from Reese Interisi. There's MacArthur, Vonya. It's a tidy return. MacArthur couldn't connect cleanly. And now Abdulatif will take over and will get galloping. But Bryant will put an end to that before it starts. We mentioned the second game of the night. The final game of the night as well is an all-important one. As all of a sudden, MacArthur urged to shoot and they're denied well. Again, Fitzroy had their blushes spared after being caught out. Abdulatif on Fawal Jarin. Layla Abdulatif. While Jarin, those two have linked up lusciously this evening. Heasley, Abdulatif. Again, tried to thread it on the return, but was without a runner. Final game of the evening. A massive one in terms of the top three, Northcut and Aku. Aku yet to beat Northcut this season so far. Both results have gone the favour of the Warriors and Avisho Haskell's side, who were understaffed last week, it's safe to be said, against Fitzroy. Required on a lot of youth products, who certainly gave a good account of themselves, but they will be hoping, with more restored to them, that they can cause an issue and get back towards the podium places of this league, which is where they want to be come season end. There's Frescalzo. Abdulatif on for Fawal Jarin. Had Tyke Bryant to go round. Set back for Abdulatif, who fancied a go and got a corner.
Yeah, Isha Haskell's side this evening definitely will be, fair to say, more experienced than last week's side, fielding a whole side almost entirely of youngsters. And starting the season off strong, some bumps in the road since, but I'm sure Northcut will be wanting to really get back to that winning form and their winning ways in this game against Melbourne Aku.
That's a really tidy chip for Frescalzo, who just kept going. It's a good intervention and an all-important one. Claudia Frescalzo was charging through. MacArthur did well. Still, they are denied 100. Been on 99 for some time. A free-flowing team have just turned the tap off, though, while Jarin is in. Frescalzo's arriving. Olsen gathered, and Olsen fancied a go, you know. Though it was quite far wide of Ayers' net. She's had a busy evening again, Emma Olsen. A few keepers in the league would have made more saves this season than her. As Frescalzo steering. Olsen this time! It almost crept over. She got back in the nick of time to deny it. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for the Carlton shot stopper. So the Tigers, with quite a bit over 5 to go. Lovely ball as well from Ayr. Heasley was charging. Olsen had to commit and then gave hands up to block initially, secondarily in apology. And this evening, quite a long gone one for Carlton Heart. They will have to turn to the fixtures that follow. It's an opportunity, a real opportunity, for them to pick up points, while Jarin in the meantime is charging. That's well read by Olsen, who fancies take 2, and that one's a more comfy catch for Elizabeth there. Jimmy Soufas has a look at the clock, and you have a suspicion that a timeout could be lurking somewhere in this final 5. Heasley, while Jarin fancied a go, and Olsen had to get down to deny it.
Not quite sure if that was a sneaky shot or a attempted through ball there by Jarin, but nonetheless it goes out for a Fitzroy corner.
Frescalzo's take, while Jarin this time gave it one with more force, but it just didn't quite have the accuracy. Quite the start to this Friday. This league has become a goal fest in recent weeks, and Fitzroy are truly adding to that, double digits in back-to-back fixtures, which is quite something. It shows a ferocity, a cutting edge that is razor sharp, and that spin from Frescalzo was just that. She then got it back from Heasley. Jimmy Soufas wants timeout this time round and will go and get it. So Fitzroy will wheel them in. They are 1 goal shy of a century. Hearts are trying to deny them in the time over 5 that remains. As we get a timeout, Fitzroy 12, Carlton Heart 0. Returning from timeout, time ticking away. Fitzroy called it, Jimmy Soufis issued it. Didn't want to leave it too late this week. Felt it would have been in ill sport to issue it against Northcut with seconds dwindling down and just time chalking itself away. Though, we have a minor delay to the resumption of proceedings this evening. Fitzroy are a goal shy of a century already at this point in the campaign.
Could Jimmy Soufis tactically illustrate their Centurion goal?
This is quite astonishing. So there's 5:02 to go. There's 5:02 remaining. Commentators have gone and had a look. Of course we'd have a look.
.502's the word.
This is quite something. And so, we can finally, we think, get back underway. Technical difficulties aside, this is bizarre. Most bizarre. McClure's take for his Calzo was there.
Oh.
Denied by Olsen. Oh, that's brilliant. The second from Sabre, who did exactly as instructed as well and bolted to the near post. That's a terrific double stop from Emma Olsen, who has been quite disgruntled with a lack of forward movement this evening, and that's been on display once more. It was terrific goalkeeping from the Carlton shot stopper as Frascalzo charges again and flashes wide.
It was a great save there by Olsen, but quite the sneaky and tricky set piece plan there by Jimmy Soufis' side. Two players running towards the goal and then just leaves one, who else but Claudia Frascalzo, alone in the middle of the court. Mere centimetres away from their Centurion goal.
Sabre, they are still searching to be Centurions, Fitzroy. And the time is ticking away for them a little bit. Frascalzo, McClure, set back for Frascalzo. Claudia to Diana, and they waited on each other. It's wonderful link up, and it's grazed the post. McClure kept it rolling. Frascalzo, Piers Barlow, red. They were a coat of varnish from 100. McClure's take for Frascalzo this time. Vonia was the one to shut the door. Claudia Frascalzo tried to roulette her way beyond them all. It was set back for McClure. On for Sabre, who again couldn't steer it for Frascalzo. That's a tidy take from Piers Barlow and a good challenge at that as well. Immediately, she's met by Diana Frascalzo and runs out of room.
You can see Piers Barlow's frustration there. She looks across the court and none of her teammates have made that attacking run as she had hoped and anticipated.
McClure. Tidy check away from Vonia. Sabre was spinning and placed her effort just wide.
As the clock ticks down here, Ethan, will we see that 100th goal or will Fitzroy be just one shy going on to next week?
Carlton hard as well, maybe wanting to take one for the road. That's a lovely step from McClure again. Sabre. Abdul Latif. Again for Sabre. They might want to take their time. They've been patient this evening, Fitzroy. Scored many in a flurry before the first half was rounded. As Abdulatif goes charging, McClure was scrambling. It was chaos for Carlton. And now all of a sudden they're 2-on-1. It's set back for Piers Barlow. Vonnie was slow to get through. Piers Barlow went alone and flashed over at the near post.
Still searching for their goal. They've had the chances, Carlton. This second half they have shown what they can bring to the table with these attacking opportunities, but
Frascalzo!
Oh.
That's the way to do it. A hit worthy of 100. A smashing Centurion strike. And who else would it be but the skipper? Sid absolutely smoked beyond Olsen, who was no chance.
The captain, the top goal scorer, with the heavenly 100th for Fitzroy this season. Domination this game. A courageous second half from Carlton, but Fitzroy are just too good.
Sabre, Frascalzo. Now that the century's been chalked up, will we see a vat of goals or a heart? Going to try and blemish the clean sheet. McClure did well. Got it back from air. Powell went to press. It was threaded on for Sabre, who didn't have anyone on the far side. MacArthur was in retreat, as was Piers Barlow. Frascalzo, battle beyond Bowen and hit the post again. And Olsen prevented the corner. She went long and only found her opposite number, who was quick to fling for Frascalzo. Abdulatif. Clip for McClure. Sabre. Frascalzo went the chip for Abdulatif, who was on her own, but it just had too much force on it. 2 to go in Darebin. An evening of not just yet another bit of Fitzroy ferocity, but they have chalked up triple digits for the campaign. There's a real ruthlessness about this side this season. There is a real desire, a yearning almost, to go and claim a title.
Second so many times, and really they don't want to be second anymore. They're pushing towards that top. 5 points clear now. Vic Lions, perfection is needed.
Oh my word, as Abdulatif goes again, has options with a one alone, and fired it through and in. That is just ridiculous. Breeze beyond Piers Barlow. The angle too fair for most. Needle in a haystack stuff. Absolutely supreme. And someone who creatively has been of such output this season, showing a scoring flourish as well. As Abdulatif might get another look. McClure continued her run, and Olsen denied her. Piers Barlow, Vonia, not beyond Frascalzo. And so it's 5 points. So the margin is 5. And it will be the ultimate pressure point for Victoria Lions, who go up next. There are already quite the few tactical talks ensuing in and amongst that group. It's a Fitzroy team who have laid down the gauntlet in recent weeks, who have laid out not just the expectation, but have also laid out the fire and fury that this title race needs.
5 points clear, 35 goals in their past 2 games. Fitzroy domination, start to finish.
Astonishing, really. Something you can't help but in a way know it's being admired across the league. It's a terrific, terrific performance. Once again, this kind of viciousness doesn't come around often. Abdulatif.
Oh, wow.
On for Frascalzo, who's twinkle-toed and terrifically finished. Claudia Frascalzo danced her way through the lots and then just darted it through Olsen at the near post. and on a night which has solely been theirs, almost from the start, you feel. This has been a Carlton Heart learning curve. Not a reflection of how this side has been in recent weeks at all, but what it is a reflection of is that Fitzroy are going to take this all the way. The title race, we hope, goes down to the wire. And we know one team, if not both, are guaranteed to be all in, but when you're 5 behind and you have to win, it's a different kind of pressure. But one thing is for certain, the message has been sent. Size 72 font, you can't read it. You have to be able only to look at it and see it in its magnificence. Fitzroy's message, catch us if you can. 5 clear at the top of the tree, and another imposing start to Friday. Full time in Darabin, Fitzroy 15, Carlton Heart 0. As they did last time these two teams met, 1-0 have got a fantastic opportunity to throw a spanner in the title-chasing works for Victoria Lions. One of only two teams to take points off the challengers this season. If 1-0 were to go one better this evening, it would catapult them into third for the first time since the early weeks of the season, and it would only maybe do so for the time being. But that is where they want to be. That is where Costa Frutas believes this side can be, and it's an expectation they set for themselves right at the start of the season. As well as that, it would make it 3 wins on the spin and make things form-wise just look a lot brighter, as winter might be grey. There's quite a sunny and calm end to autumn for this 1-0 side. For Victoria Lions, Lions, however, the objective is simple. They have to win. 5 adrift at the top of the table. They must not lose ground again. It would be a not necessarily fatal, though critical blow to their title hopes in their debut Series Futsal season, and it would mean that they require flawlessness from here on out. A huge win over Hart, and they must be equally imposing tonight to rebuild and continue on that momentum. There's quite a lot to play for here. One team chasing the top 3, one chasing the title, and the last time they met Mason Fitzgerald, we had a great little seasonal shock.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable fixture that first time. 3-all between these two sides. 2-1 up, 1-0 at half-time. Then Vic Lions retook their lead before a late equaliser for 1-0. It was an excellent game for them, and my first experience of Women's Series Futsal in the commentator's box.
Karina now too, tried to re-find Sophie McCaffrey. Wasn't able to. A very positive start from this 1-0 side. A little interesting note for Victoria Lions. No Gnomes Langham on the touchline this evening. That is going to be quite the talking point without the gaffer, who has been so pivotal in their upturn and their fantastic start to the season. And here is Pipino, who wins a corner. And she is one now chasing the golden boot, having led it for quite some time. Her corner taken for Camilleri. Momentarily lost it, then refound it. Pipino tiptoed terrifically. Her and Camilleri linking up wonderfully. Allerton on the following. Glorious opening goal. Brilliantly done from the set piece. Camilleri and Pipino, deft and diligent in quite the enclosed area. Allerton's late run was a beauty. Time to perfection, and all she had to do was tap it over the line, and the Lions have roared early.
An excellent opener there for Vic Lions, making sure the blushes of their first fixture isn't repeated as they start ever so strong tonight.
Pipino lost out to now too. McCaffrey is charging. Galanos with her. McCaffrey went alone, and Easthope was there to deny. And now Sarah Easthope fancies a run. Quickly steered on for Allerton, who's around Smith, and squared it on for Camilleri. Allerton then got it back via a challenge. Al Hayek denied in all the chaos, and then slid to stop the corner. This game has started in a fiery fizzle. And Victoria Lions had another opportunity to go 2 up in very quick succession.
Yeah, Vic Lions are not here to mess about tonight. Not trying to play any composed, control futsal. Goals, goals, goals would be the message from their bench. To cut that lead from 5 back down to 2, this is a must win.
And having seen as well the way that Fitzroy beat hard in the early kickoff, and having seen that goal difference boost, they themselves want to go and garner some of that. It could come down to who's got more by the end of the season. That's how tight this race is being run, as McCaffrey away from Nissan. Not worrying Easthope. But for this Victoria Lions side, this is really the test and the crossroad of their season. All that investment, all that pull and power in order to attract Australian internationals now must come to the fore, and it certainly is so. That's lovely from Allerton and Camilleri. Pipino's turn was deft. Trudy Camilleri got it back from Pipino. Those two just happy to take the sting out of the situation for the time being. It's now steered on for Stella Nissan, who had Karina now too to go around and was unable to. She poked it on for McCaffrey. Very calm from 1-0. Now two, that's tidy. Galanos, who speared it on the switch, but it was by McCaffrey. Quite a start to this game. It's amazing to think Victoria Lions only kept their first clean sheet of the season on court last week in that truly convincing win over Carlton Hart. It's been a long time coming for a side who started the season defensively sound and firing on all cylinders. Lovely from Camilleri, got it back brilliantly, and that's a top save from Al Hayek, who came hurtling out to deny. But that was crisp from Trudy Camilleri.
Excellent save there by Lara Hayek. Camilleri left in almost a one-on-one with a shot stopper, but the Golden Glove winner was just too good.
Camilleri again, not afforded the room to turn by now too. There seems to be a real reinvigoration almost of Victoria Lions so far this evening. Whatever bite they had lost is back, and in some way so far is Camilleri. Away from McCaffrey, on for Pipino. Nissan was lurking centrally, then went on a run. Smith was there to block and then get it back from McCaffrey. Sadie Smith tried to steer it. It's a good read from Camilleri, and now Stella Nissan, who's got now 2 to go round, and spun superbly. Al Hayek denied. And it's another big save from the 1-0 shot stopper.
Lara Hayek being called to duty early on this evening. I believe that's her 4th save of the night. Brief shouts of a handball there, but to no avail.
Costa Fruitsis readying a change. There's Nissan. Wins another corner. He's been unafraid to run the substitutions so far this season when needed as the 1-0 gaffer. He's just eyeing one up at the moment. Corner taken quickly. Allerton. Send it back for Pipino. Patient Nissan. Not beyond Galanos, Pipino. Steered it on for Camilleri. Allerton just went round the outside. Now Pipino once more. Allerton. Had a pocket pick by McCaffrey. And Sophie McCaffrey is in. And East Hope denies her. Another opportunity though. Vic Lions not vigilant. And 1-0 nearly made them pay.
Counter-attacking futsal is 1-0's way to get back into this game. Sarah East Hope, as much as Vic Lions have dominated so far, she has been called to action quite a few times already with that fast, young, counter-attacking power that 1-0 do have. An example of such is McCaffrey. Could they get the equaliser and really turn this game on their head?
They're certainly looking for it. Oh, 1-0. They want to throw that spanner in the works as Pipino away from Galanos, not beyond now 2. Somehow Pipino kept going. Camilleri, Nissan, and now 2 intervened in the nick of time, just as Camilleri was looking to crash in a second. Possibly a vital intervention. Allerton. Return for Camilleri, who let it run, and Drew Smith then placed it for Pipino, who then gave it away. Now 2, went early from inside her own half and was unsuccessful in that effort. There's Camilleri once more. She is the one they are going through at the moment. Allerton, Pipino. Tidy 1-2 between them. Out the other way was Nissan. Away from now 2. Set for Allerton! Brilliant! Truly brilliant. Constructed oh so calmly. Brick by brick it was paved. And Clarissa Allerton waltzed down the yellow brick roads and belted in a second.
What a move by Vic Lions. Their lead has been doubled. Their tally on the night has been doubled, and they are still searching for that goal difference.
Ever so calm was Clarissa Allerton. She's on a hat-trick. Within 6 minutes of stop clock futsal. Steered down the line for McCaffrey, who got around Camilleri, and the cutback was well read by East Hope, who's quick to go for Pipino. Gisela Pipino went early, and Al Hayek denied her. McCaffrey, again confronted by a set of Lions lurking, one of whom was Camilleri. Shout for handball waved away, steered on for Gisela Pipino, and Galanos took no risks in conceding a corner. More pensive now. Costa Frutis on the 1-0 touchline. Can see him deep in contemplation. Whereas for Victoria Lions, you get the feeling there's just much more of a calmness around them at the moment, and the way that they are playing, as again McCaffrey, who has been focal so far this half. Now 2. Steered it on for Eliades, who couldn't find McCaffrey. It was cut out by Moore, whose footwork was magical, and the ball for Pipino was too far placed. A breakneck start from the title race's closest challengers. At the moment, it looks like it's going back to 2. Pepino then 1 in ahead of now 2. Eliades gave it away. Set back for Allerton, who was patient and picked Camilleri. Trudy Camilleri worked a yard so well. Hayek again there to deny, and this time quickly on the fling, Eliades. Her and Galanos then quickly became bundled and then broke free. Now 2, got it back from Eliades. Clipped it into Allerton. Camilleri went to take over. Trudy Camilleri found smashingly and steered it wide. Shouts for handball waved away. Kostafrutis in cross-court conversation. And he's not best pleased in a way that I don't think could make it to air. There was quite a bit of 1-0 protest. Galanos lost out to Moore, who is charging. Kersey was further up. It's a good challenge from now 2. Broke for Eliades. Challenge by Camilleri, Kersey, Allerton, Moore. Marvellously worked again. And that's a lovely ball to find Kersey. Camilleri peeled away. The 1-2 was tidy. And the finish was fabulous. 3 with a terrific little chip. Lara El Hayek lobbed. And Victoria Lions have flown out of the traps. And 1-0 want timeout. Kostafrutis not happy. They have been pounced upon from the off. As we get a timeout, it's 1-0, Victoria Lions 3. We return from timeout. For the first time tonight, Kostafrutis' hand was forced, really, by the fact that Victoria Lions have made quite the vibrant start so far this evening. It's been vicious from one of the league's title challengers, and they look like they may not be done yet. Kersey's return for Allerton, just a touch too heavy. But that kind of futsal and that kind of incision is something, Mason, we really haven't seen from this side for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Vic Lions looking like the table-topping Lions, which were only weeks prior.
Zamaya went close. Easthope had to dive. Would have had it covered had it been on target. But still, that's the first little warning flash from 1-0, who, despite starting this game quite brightly on the counter, and they had a couple of looks, had since not created too much. Victoria Lions have taken the opportunity themselves to flex their muscle. There is now 2. Was warded off by Kersey, set it back for McCaffrey, who got around Moore, who then went and picked a pocket, and Moore is charging. Options are arriving. Moore might want to go alone. Allerton on the overlap. Moore went beyond the lots. Al Hayek denied it the first time. Moore kept going, and the dink this time denied. Maybe a shout for handball waved away. Moore Still battling, still entangled, and now two gets a foot in.
Maybe your eyes are better than me, Ethan, but at first glance, that looked like the follow-up save may have been made just ever so slightly outside of the goalkeeper's semicircle, but it was quickly waved off and the shot stopper stays on the court.
No foul with that as long as it didn't strike the hand or the arm of Lara El Hayek. It was close though. There's Camilleri. On for Allerton. Returned it for Camilleri. Now Moore. Kersey was going one way. Moore fancies going beyond the lots and couldn't set it for Camilleri. Nissan and Pepino just taking a moment for Victoria Lions at the moment. Smith and Galanos given a rest for 1-0. There's now two. McCaffrey wanted to steer it down the line for Eliades, wasn't able to. Now, 1-0 came into this fixture off the back of quite a good bit of form in recent weeks. 3 straight wins. And it's just opened the door once again for the possibility of a top 3 finish. However, that might be dwindling as Kersey was arriving, El Hayek was denying, and it ricocheted for McCaffrey, who again couldn't go beyond Moore. And again, Kersey was charging 1-0, what a foul, which they won't get. And then now 2 was in on Kersey, and for it, will get herself a yellow card. Little bit of a robust and clumsy clatter. Now, two's protest was that it was her first challenge. Well, it was one with some force. Lions free kick. Allerton's take! Beauty! Hat-trick hunting is hat-trick getting. And we haven't even had a half yet. Drilled by Clarissa Allerton with certainty and with some serious conviction.
Last season's player of the season with her first half hat-trick. 5-star, top-class performance by Clarissa Allerton.
Someone who's now just starting to find her best as well in Victoria Lions colours. There were a couple of growing pains, as there always are whenever a big transfer happens, but she is right back as we know her to be. Reintroduced without leave as Camilleri couldn't thread it for Moore. Cleared by Eliades. Halfway stage of this first half here in Darebin, and Victoria Lions are making sure they respond to Fitzroy's duelling challenge in kind. The race for the crown, who will be Queens of the Land, is hotting right up. Currently, it is in its own chamber, held in Aku's castle, though the walls have been breached. And Moore is on her own momentarily. Kersey on the follow-in, made super sure, puts it postage stamp, and that is a 5-star first 10.
5-0 early lead here for Vic Lions, making sure their little confusion in the first tie between these two teams with the 3-3 draw, there is not a repeat of that, and they keep the momentum going leading up until that top 2 tie in the next coming weeks.
And that particular fixture now, that 3-3, close to being resigned to merely a bad memory, as Allerton around now 2. Kersey waiting, clipped it into Eliades, who blocked, and now Karina now 2 can go. 1-0 have got options further forwards, and she went on her own, and it was momentarily awkward for East Hope, who then recovered well, steered it on for Allerton, who's got more galloping. Kersey was at the back post, and Eliades quickly across to Reed. East Hope doesn't want it to trickle out though. She wants to keep it rolling. Does the Australian international. One finds another. Camilleri on for more, now on for Kersey. Quick succession and quicker pace. Tempo terrific. Camilleri wins a corner. Could this be a repeat, maybe, of opening night? Victoria Lions, it was their Series Futsal debut. 7-3 win over 1-0. Well, they came in as fresh FOS Cup winners. They will be hoping so. That's a good read from McCaffrey, who could kickstart a counter. Zamaya, the only other one further forward. A thread cut out by Moore. Now Kersey. Moore. Camilleri. Eliades hustled and hustled to good effect. Again, Kersey. Given a shove by McCaffrey. And Karina now too. Just posing the question of difference to an earlier challenge. She's just got to be a little bit cautious. Having already been on a yellow. Victoria Lions have a free kick and Camilleri is well within range. Could she be the one to crash in a sixth? Camilleri went on her own. It took a ricochet. It was returned for Camilleri and Zamaya again, having blocked the first, cleared the second.
Good effort there by Camilleri, but it was excellent wall placement by Lara Hike's ball.
As McCaffrey. That's their first real look of this half for some time. And it gets applause and encouragement from the bench. Costa Frutas looking a little more upbeat with that particular attack. There's Allerton. Steered it on for Kersey, who had now two. Went to flick it on for Nissan. That's terrifically done by Stella Nissan, who evaded now two, not once, not twice, but thrice. And then went and lost it. And now Eliades led a 3-on-1. But the ball was just far too heavy. And the attack peters out in the end.
So close for 1-0's first of the evening. Just the back post runner wasn't quite there in time.
East Hope on for Moore. Kersey, that's a cracking return. Moore went to whip it for Nissan, who was on her own. And although she'd made the yard, the angle was far too dear to try and steer that into the back of the net. Samaya not around Allerton, who is having quite a half. Restored back to her best in this opening 20, Clarissa Allerton. Gisela Pepino maybe being prepped for reintroduction. East Hope couldn't make it for more. Galanos reinstated for 1-0. This side, one which Costa Frutas is managing well throughout this game at the moment, as McCaffrey trickled into the arms of East Hope. Victoria Lions have hit them for 5, though their fury has sort of fizzled for the time being. Moore's looking to restart the fire and apply some kindling. Allerton on for Nissan, set back for Allerton, and Al Hayek denied well once again.
Great save there as she pushes forward for a 1-0 counter-attack. A real theme of this season, Lara Hayek. Her shot stopping is just one element of her game. Such a respected goalkeeper in the division, and she really is at the forefront of quite a lot of 1-0's attacking movements.
Two-time Golden Glove winner has now touched it twice. Victoria Lions get a look at possibly hitting 1-0 for 6. In a title race for the ages, it looks like right now these two teams will be trading blows. One is a call to action for the other in need of immediate response. Allerton and Moore over it. Allerton set it, Moore gave it a go, and now two denied on the line. Nissan's take, Allerton. Moore poked it on brilliantly, Al Hayek denied. And Lions have another corner. Moore's take. Eliades lunged, Allerton made it work. Clarissa Allerton shifting, Eliades stayed with her the whole way. Except for Nissan. Moore. Oh, lovely footwork. Got away from two, did Moore. Allerton was involved in the move, and Kersey turned in on the spot after Al Hayek denied. And 1-0 have been hit for 6. And there's still 6 to go before the break.
1-0 once again. Just missing that little bit more of defensive stability in this first half, as a lot of Vic Lions goals have come from outnumbering the opposition on the counter-attack, but it's safe to say that Vic Lions are showing their teeth. They're showing why this title race, though awkward for them, is far from over.
It was in their hands, now it isn't. But they are making sure that it stays within their grasp. It's Pepino. Moore. Nissan. Glorious. Moore kept going. And Victoria Lions have another corner. Moore's take. Nissan dropped it off for Kersey. That's a lovely tiptoe. McCaffrey held her up well, though. Here's Pepino. Happy to track back is Gisela Pepino. Moore went for the return with Loft. Now 2. Happy to hook it away. Moore then took it down. A touch a little bit too heavy. It invited McCaffrey to win it. She then lost out. And Pepino is on the march. Moore's up with her. The return was too dear. Nissan on the follow-in. Will smash it in. Pepino had it placed just behind her. Stella Nissan was screaming onto it. And steered it into the top corner in a trice.
Vic Lions with their 7th of the evening, just under 6 minutes remaining, and they're showing their real hunger for goals, you know, based off the last 2 games where Fitzroy have accumulated 36 goals to 0. Vic Lions are trying to catch up in that goal difference against a very respectable 1-0 side.
One more, they'll be at the halfway stage of that. They got 10, now 7. Moore wins a corner. 17 in 1 3/4 of a half of a game. 5 to the break. Kersey was lurking and steering, and now Al Hayek fancies a go. Nissan. So that's to McCaffrey. Now 2. Poked on for McCaffrey again. Nissan did well to win it without foul. Kersey. Moore. Was waiting on Nissan to make a move. McCaffrey's in retreat. Lovely shift from Nissan to get away. Pepino. Patient possession, a bit more calm about this Victoria Lions side. Threaded by Nissan, and now McCaffrey could charge. Options left and right. McCaffrey wanted to go alone, steered it towards Galanos, and Easthope was there to throw herself at it to good effect, and then throw it on for Kersey, who had more up. Kersey went alone and poked it just wide. Sent long for Galanos via Hayek. Now 2. McCaffrey. Galanos. Can't get away from Nissan, who picked her pocket. Camilleri wasn't expecting it and then tried to make it work. McCaffrey saw it all the way back for Hayek, who again looked long, and again Nissan nodded it onto Camilleri, who tiptoed beyond Galanos. Nissan, Moore, dropped it off for Pepino. Now Moore once more. Happy to slow things down. Camilleri. Is this the calm before a late storm? Pepino tried to place it for Moore. Al Hayek did well. And read smoothly, was quickly off her line to deter the danger, though Pepino picked Smith's pocket. And in return, won a corner.
Once again, from the safe hands of Lara Hayek, another attempt to propel a counter-attack for 1-0.
Camilleri tiptoeing, and now 2 denying. Camilleri take two. Again, couldn't get beyond Karina, now two. He ran into Moore, then got away. But not from Pepino. Moore tried to steer it that way, and now two slide. Once to good effect. Time ticking to the break. Moore's take, Pepino. Cleared by Galanos, it fell for Smith, who then gave it away. Moore is through on her own, how high it came. Galanos off the line. Cleared only as far as Camilleri, who placed it behind Pepino. That ferocity, though, is there for all to see. Steid, who started unblemished their life in series, had the first mark on their record. They're treating it as a blip on the radar at the moment. As Pepino couldn't thread it for Camilleri. McCaffrey. It's a lovely shift from Sophie McCaffrey away from Camilleri. Nearly had it ricochet fortuitously from Smith. Moore, Camilleri once more. Speared it for Stella Nissan. Moore, Pepino was lurking. Ohio and Smith sorted it out. Now two cleared for Galanos. Couldn't quite get away from danger. Smith and Pepino was lurking and then went and pounced when she felt it was ready. Set it back for Camilleri. Oh, he's more than happy to cool it all down. Wait for more, wait for the shape. Camilleri once more. Fancy the drive, Al-Hayek saves. Nissan was lurking, McCaffrey did well and can now charge. Smith up with her, decided to go with Pepino. Sadie Smith was lurking and East Hope dived in.
Good chance there for 1-0 at one end. But just before that, a great save by Laura Hayek once again. The shot followed up by Nissan. Contact there, but she decided not to go down. But though the score is 7-0, you wouldn't say that 1-0 are playing depletedly. You'd say that Vic Lions are maybe just a little bit too good, Ethan.
It's certainly been a half where they have found their best gear again. 68 seconds to the break. Here in Darebin, there's now two. Can they blemish the clean sheet and give themselves something to smile about on a half where, despite a mid-range flurry of goals, 1-0 have not exactly let themselves down. McCaffrey's take, it was behind now too. Smith will be there to mop it up. And tried to send it long and only fired it into Adrian Attard, our referee on the far side. There's more. Camilleri. Nissan. Inside the final minutes in Darebin. Stella Nissan shifting one way, going the other. El Hayek came. Pepino was on the cut back now too, put a stop to that. And again, was there to clear our lines. Pepino. Nissan. It's a good challenge from Galanos. Closing stages of this first half. And Victoria Lions are halfway to a reply, in kind really, of what Fitzroy was searching for. And here is Pepino, who grazes the post. Galanos did well just to shut the angle right down. Flung on for McCaffrey. Oh, lovely shift away from Moore from Sophie McCaffrey, who then couldn't place it for Smith. It'll nearly fall for her. A little bit of chaos for Victoria Lions to clear and see this half out. Camilleri couldn't keep it alive. And for it, Trudy Camilleri will find herself with a yellow card. She was retreating to the 5 yards, which is her protest. And she's not best pleased about it. Final look for 1-0. Now 2 for Smith. The whistle will deny, and East Hope will deny. And Victoria Lions have been at their vicious best in this first half. A statement needed, a statement halfway to being penned. Half time in Darebin, 1-0. Vic Lions 7. Returning from half-time with an immediate effort to test East Hope, who was alert to it. Had to get quite a firm palm behind it. 1-0, looking for the instant start to the half. Kick-off repertoire, Galanos flashed it across. Nissan was there to intervene and did so quite well. Stella Nissan charging out of room. But for this first half, it didn't go the way that 1-0 planned. But for Victoria Lions, you're in need of a reply. You're in need of a way of getting back into the title race. Also a familiar face now. Krista Malloy goes to join them on the bench too, as she continues her recovery, adorned in a moon boot this evening. You can't really ask for more, though, from them out of this first half. It was a fantastic display.
It sure was. You know, a 7-goal tally in their first half against 1-0. A far contrast to the 2-1 deficit they faced last time these two teams versed each other. But they're really starking and trying to spark that serious momentum needed to get the 3 points off Fitzroy next time they verse, which will be their clear goal. They are looking for that top spot back.
As Allerton fizzed it across. And now 2 had to get a foot on it. Camilleri was charging. Corner with haste. Allerton. Gisela Pepino gave it back. 1-2 was a little bit longing, though Pepino made it work. Sidestep well, set it back for East Hope, who fired it in for Pepino. I wasn't quite able to gather it in time. Hayek came quickly out. Galanos now 2. Zomaya. Pressed by Pepino. Stella Nissan as well came across. And this, of course, an interesting look as well into the final fixture of the night, one which could shape the top 3. Northcut and Aku. And for an Aku side who have been in need of firepower for quite some time this season, Jessica Out is in the matchday squad. She's in the building in Darabin. Australian international, making her return to series after a little bit of time away. She is quite the accomplished woman as well. Though it is great to have her back on a futsal court. Those two going up next. It'll be a good battle for sides who want to finish in the top 3. In the meantime, Pepino was placed beautifully by Allerton, and it's a good save from El Hayek. Now Smith tried to give it to Zamaya. Camilleri cut it out. Allerton kept it rolling and clipped it down the line without a runner.
It's just great to see Jess Al back in the squad this evening for Melbourne Aku. You know, they're saying a jack of all trades. She might be a master of all trades, really. An Australian international futsal player, alongside with being a doctor. So it's just such an admirable person and a great positive figure in this futsal community. It's just great to see her back tonight as they verse Northcut Warriors.
Whether it's an MD or a PhD, I'll certainly be hoping that Jessica Al has that kind of precision surgically to scalpel their way beyond Northcut and to some clairvoyance in third. In the meantime, Victoria Lions are looking to reel Fitzroy in a little bit and just ensure they do their job. And Pepino had now 2 to go around and 1 a corner. Corner taken for Camilleri. Lovely swivel and a good save from El Hayek. Sharp turn from Trudy Camilleri. And Laura El Hayek alert to the danger and got a good palm on it. The corner again finds Camilleri, who stepped away from Smith, who wanted to go beyond all 3, and now Smith has an opportunity to break. Got around Allerton. Managed somehow to keep it alive, though Stella Nissan in retreat did well. Pepino. Again for Clarissa Allerton. Steered it in for Camilleri. She's happy to place for Pepino, who was there with some force. And now Gisela Pepino, who was given a pullback by Zamaya. Something she's not best pleased about, and Zamaya for it will get a yellow card too.
Professional foul, you could say there from Zamaya.
Slightly on the more cynical side. To slow down Pepino, who was just getting through the gears. Nissan quickly, Pepino. Allerton had it just flash beyond her. She made a good run into the area. This wasn't able to apply any sort of touch to trouble El Hayek. Those two, of course, former Western United teammates way back when. Each making individual moves. Alhaik followed to Phoenix. Allerton went to Aku, where she was a title winner last season. And now once more they find that they are on opposing ends. One again going for a title. At the moment, as it stands, they're only 2 points adrift. And that is all Victoria Lions care about up until this point in time. The fixtures will come thick and fast for this side. You look beyond this evening for them. They have Northcut up next week, a real opportunity to continue to make up ground. Beyond that, it's the reigning champions, and then it's Fitzroy as Camilleri's going round the lots. And again, Camilleri just couldn't quite find the finish, though it would have been postage stamp. They are really threatening. And now Nusan's in, picks him out his pocket, on for Camilleri this time! She has her goal. There is some release, some final futile frustration. Victoria Lions get their first for the second half. And for Trudy Camilleri, who has been threatening all night long, she gets herself on the score sheet.
A delicate chip from the Australian international player.
Tidily done by Camilleri, who chipped with certainty in corners. Nissan again picks him out of his pocket, though she went and won it back. Stella Nissan tireless in her effort. Galanos gave it a go, and East Hope quickly saw Pepino. Camilleri is charging. Pepino went early. That's a good save from Alhaik. Gisela Pepino with wondrous whip. Nearly found the far corner. Alhaik outstretched a palm to pour it away. Corner for Allerton. Ricocheted off Galanos, and that one's an easier gather for Lara Alhaik. Huffling only found Pepino, though, who lost out to Smith. She couldn't find now, too. It's cut out by Camilleri, who is part of the cavalry. And Alhaik, again, was down low to deny. But Trudy Camilleri, safe to be said all evening, but even more so the last couple of minutes, is in the groove. Now two, happy to hold things off. Set it back for Smith. Tried to steer it for Galanos, though it had too much on it. Camilleri. East Hope, who has left her net vacant, though Sarah East Hope won't mind. And Zamaya was in firmly, gives away a free kick. She's just got to be careful. She's already been booked this evening. And the last thing 1-0 want is to go down to 4. Allerton's free kick. Hit with force, took a ricochet, and that helped Smith out. Alhaik was diving as a precaution more than anything. Now two, beyond Pepino. Smith speared it for Zamaya, whose touch was too heavy. East Hope ready to launch. That's a very good take from Pepino, who threaded it on for Allerton, and Alhaik made a reactionary stop.
Great save there from Lara Hayek. Really damaged control at this point from 1-0. Vic Lions have absolutely been on their game tonight, and it's fair to say this is a contender's performance.
And we see this league. It has a title race for the ages unfolding right before your eyes. Two separate subplots, and this is stealing the headlines. Pepino for Camilleri, who had to slide to try and keep things in and wasn't able to on that occasion. Send long for Galanos. McCaffrey, Galanos. Lost out to Pepino. Galanos once more. It's good footing by Allerton, and now Nissan could go. Pepino's up with an Nissan, went alone and steered it wide of the near post. All right, look long. McCaffrey. Lost out to Pepino, who's patient. Sent it back for Allerton. Gisele Pepino on for Stella Nissan. When we talk about this season's title race, the way it is built and brewed and bubbled, whoever is to drink the championship winning concoction will come out on the right end of two teams that are having and will have a season to remember come the end of it all. Victoria Lions set the early pace. They were knocked off pole position a couple of weeks ago. They've stayed on the front row. And you get the feeling now that as we turn towards the last few corners and the closing straight, they are going to look to gain on Fitzroy in every way possible. Nissan on for Allerton, who couldn't poke it into a more promising place for Kersey. A couple of muted appeals for a corner, which were waved away. But whoever does go on to win this league, they've been terrific and will continue to need to be.
This will end up being a title race we will look back on in coming years, and just two teams that on any given day could beat the other, on any given day could beat anybody by such figures, and it's a two-horse race as much as it can be.
Camilleri got away from McCaffrey, then was galloping, set it back for Kersey. Nissan with a good return. Kersey's touch just too heavy. We haven't had a race like this in Darebin, that's for sure. Haven't seen one like it for some time. Two teams who demand perfection out of the other.
Regardless of where this season finishes for 1-0 or how this night finishes, it's something to marvel at. And I'm sure Costa Frutas will speak about this with pride, that his side are the only team to take points off either of the top two, which in the end could be the difference between champions for one and runners-up for the other.
Galanos, her ricochet found Kersey. Now Camilleri on for Allerton. Kersey once more. This game in a bit of a lull. It started with a fiery second half. The Victoria Lions just controlling the tempo. That's glorious from Camilleri, who's on the charge and dragged her effort wide. And she's a little bit frustrated with herself after that effort. Knows it was a good look to add yet another. Victoria Lions closing in on double digits. They have now halved the number of goals that Fitzroy scored in the last two games. Camilleri!
Oh.
My word, what a hit!
Wow.
She has absolutely crashed that in.
What a finish from the Australian international futsal player. That was unbelievable.
A Camilleri corker. Victoria Lions one away from double digits, and that is the pick of the bunch, bar none. Free kick against Sophie McCaffrey, and there's not much she could have done about that. Kersey. Now, Eliades had an opportunity on which he steered wide. Allerton was waiting on the runners. McCaffrey came to intervene. And where 1-0 had a really large appeal for handball, it was given.
Tension seemed to bubble here at DCSS. Both sides just playing with a little bit more fire.
A giggle between now two and Allerton. Galanos' free kick drilled straight into Clarissa Allerton. The ricochet found Karina now too, who went to thread for McCaffrey, and the lunge was too far. Allerton. Camilleri. Gave it away to Eliades. He just wasn't quite able to keep it in. One thing of note, Sarah Moore still getting ready for reintroduction. Gisela Pepino engrossed in conversation on the Victoria Lions bench with Krista Malloy. They feel no need to change things, and that's why Nissan with a stellar read, and then gave it away to now two. Eliades, now two. Again for Eliades, who gave it away to Allerton. She got away from Galanos in turn, and then moved it on for Camilleri. Nissan is on the overlap, and now Hayek denies her at the expense of a corner. Nissan's take. Allerton was darting across at the near post, unable to apply a flick. Camilleri cut out Eliades' ball. Nissan with a tidy return. Camilleri went to go crashing at the near post. Wasn't able to. And a double change. Camilleri and Nissan make way. More in Pepino, who had awaited reintroduction, make their way back on. East Hope tried to thread the fine line, and it was too fine for Allerton. Approaching the halfway stage of this second half here in Darebin. Victoria Lions have added a couple post-break, and are still in search of more. You get the feeling goal difference will play its ultimate part this season in terms of the title race. As Karina now two can spoil the party a little bit. Galanos was lurking, Kersey cleared. They have quite a few to make up, to put it quite bluntly. The difference before kickoff was 42. That has since shrunk to 33 in favour of Fitzroy, and of course the 2-point buffer as well. Eliades, McCaffrey, Galanos. Couldn't get away from Pepino. Kersey then went and won it and set it back for Gisela Pepino, who steered it for Sarah Moore. Now Allerton. Kersey couldn't flick for Pepino, who was lurking. Oh, Hayek was the only one to go and gather it. Quickly out for McCaffrey. As well back by Kersey. On for Pepino, who now has got space to go. Around now two. An awkward one for Al Hayek, who then had to spill and gather at the second attempt. And she went quickly. McCaffrey to steer it now to the late arrival. She'll keep it alive and make it work. Has Kersey to go around through the legs, and East Hope, ever so cool, went to go and mop up. Galanos, Eliades couldn't make it out for McCaffrey. Neither manager issuing a timeout just yet. You feel like Costa Frutzis will be the one to do it if it is to come in this second half. If you're Victoria Lions, you'd be most content with where things are right now. Eliades again across. East Hope again threaded on for Pepino, who couldn't quite make it out of the near post. Eliades couldn't clear, now two. Eliades take two, concedes a corner. Taken for Pepino, who wanted to work a yard on Galanos. Gisela Pepino, step back for Allerton, on for Moore. Now two hustled her well, reset through Allerton, who went with loft. Galanos had to get a touch on it and did. Nikki Galanos, who was in a tight spot, Moore then went and won it back. Eliades was lurking, cleared only as far as Allerton, who momentarily couldn't sort her feet out. Had Kersey as an option, Pepino also there. Allerton did superbly and then got away from McCaffrey. Moved it on for Pepino. Allerton on the return, and Al Hayek denies well. Golanos dropped it off for McCaffrey. Now 2. McCaffrey, Eliades. Set it for. Too far at the back post. Easthope went searching long. Pepino. Couldn't quite make it for Allerton. It was well read by McCaffrey. You see 2 present stars of our league, with one who certainly has made a name to be one for the future. And timeout is issued by Costa Fruitsis. He wants to have a word with a tick over 8 to go. As we get a timeout, it's 1-0. Victoria Lions 9. And so we return from timeout. Victoria Lions have added a further 2 since the break. A couple of quite technical difficulties. Do not worry, this match is far from done. The result may be a formality. There is still time to play, however. That's still a decent amount of it. There's Eliades. Let's go beyond Pepino, as well read by Moore, who steered it on for Kersey. She set it back for Pepino, and Al Hayek had to push it over. Corner taken quickly. Kersey for Pepino, who was able to spin Zamaya. Moved it on for Allerton. Couldn't go beyond McCaffrey. We were mentioning tonight that 1-0's defence was only bettered by the top 3 prior to kickoff. It remains that way, albeit only just. Pepino started the evening on 19. She's gone beyond 20. She is in pursuit of Claudia Friscauso for the Golden Boot. Sarah Moore is as well. 2nd and 3rd in the top scorers race so far this season. They've made quite the start to life in this league. And they are chasing with all they can. An opportunity at the top scorers table. McCaffrey kept it alive. Allerton will allow it to trickle out. Now Pepino. On for Kersey, who shifted brilliantly away from Eliades. Now 2 got a foot in. Pepino kept it rolling. Allerton. Out the other way for Sarah Moore. Close to Allerton. Lovely return for Moore. McCaffrey did well to challenge without fouling. Those 2 entangled. Moore came away with it. Oh, wow. Marvellous footwork from Moore, who was still going and then got the final ricochet with a bit of misfortune off her.
Lovely solo run there from Moore. Almost leading to a back post finish there for Gisela Pepino, but with an unlucky faintest of touches, it goes out for a goalkeeper's ball.
Allerton with a tidy shift of pace. Kersey just wasn't advanced enough. But this is the kind of performance that not just contention, title charges are made on. When you need to respond, you do in kind, and Pepino is charging and flashed her effort just wide. A piercing run from Gisela Pepino. Was not far away from rippling the net once more. And Victoria Lions, you can feel that hunger we saw in the first half return. And Pepino is leading the charge. Gorgeous 1-2 with more. How high it came and did well not to collect Pepino entirely. Could have been quite the hefty fall otherwise. There's now 2. It's blocked by Moore on her swivel and shot. It then fell for Kersey. Played down the line for Pepino, who's got McCaffrey for company. And Pepino's gone beyond. McCaffrey got a foot in. Zamaya. She too then lost out. And Allerton happy to let it trickle out of play. And Moore was marching all on her own. El Hayek denied. The second was blocked. Pepino kept it rolling. And McCaffrey's challenge was a good one. Pepino, Moore, Allerton. Around Zamaya and wide of the post. And searching long now too, and Pepino was subject to some contact. Shouts for a foul waved away. Now 2 worked a yard. There was the shout of an apology. It was inadvertent. There's Pepino. Couldn't steer it beyond McCaffrey, who in turn had to clear while sliding. Pepino, Moore, threaded for Kersey. That's a lovely turn and a good save from El Hayek. Kersey's take. Pepino. Couldn't get beyond Zamaya, who now has got an opportunity. And now 2 as a further runner. Pepino in retreat. Zamaya's got a look. East Hope denied, though she didn't know much about it. Allerton cleared it on for Kersey, who went to go the long way around Eliades and couldn't. East Hope wore it flush, hardly at any time to notice what was happening before it did, as Eliades and Kersey became entangled and 1-0 have a free kick. Quickly for now 2, inside the final 5 here in Darebin. Karina now 2, warded off Pepino, steered it on for McCaffrey. Got away from Allerton, poked it into a teasing area, though there was no runner. McCaffrey, cut out by Allerton, who had Pepino as the only runner. Clarissa Allerton went to steer it and ran out of play. Final game of the evening, the one to follow. Aku and Northcut. A real enticing tussle in the race for a top 3 finish. Aku hold it, Northcut want it. The last time these 2 teams met, Northcut were 3rd in the table at that point in time. It's been a wretched run of form for Isho Haskell and co. Something that they are looking to turn around in the meantime. Allerton is on the march, and El Hayek is there to deny. Zamaya forced to clear her lines. But for both of these teams, the reigning champions, Though the title slips from their grasp every single week, they still hold the crown for now. It is still held in the castle. But you get the feeling there are two intruders, both of whom have shades of yellow, that are looking to go and steal it. One adorned in gold, the other in canary. And Kiwi Muse Evergreen Forest. It looks like it's showing some wilt. In the meantime, Northcut, the Warriors, they've been valiant at times this season, though find themselves in the need to get away and go over the top. In the meantime, more Pipino off the bar. Oh, not once but twice. And on the follow-in, Al Hayek knew nothing and denied it. Off the crossbar twice in a row. That is remarkable. Pipino, Camilleri this time. Nothing Al Hayek could do. She got a touch. Camilleri cruised in on her own and steered in double digits for Victoria Lions.
They have their 10th. Vic Lions, after hitting the woodwork multiple times in the span of just a few seconds, they finally get their 10th of the evening.
Zamaya's on the immediate charge. Camilleri standing her up, and the ball was out of play. Speared by East Hope for Pipino. Camilleri's charging, and Al Hayek again is there to make the save. It fell for Zamaya, who was happy to play it off of Trudy Camilleri. Sent long and read well by Moore, who is charging. Options left and right. Moore went alone. It took a wicked deflection off Eliades, and it will be a corner. Corner quickly, Nissan. Steered a long way over. Oh, look long. Now two. Wanting to work her yards. McCaffrey has got one, and East Hope quickly out to deny and smother the angle. Nissan battled superbly. That's lovely from Nissan. And some way, somehow she kept going. Eliades then came. Stella Nissan was going round the lot and played it into Pipino, who couldn't sort her feet out.
Just stumbles over the ball there, Gisela Pipino. The presence of Lara Hayek was enough to stop the shot from hitting the target.
Eliades tiptoed round, but how about that from Stella Nissan? Superb. There she is again. Someone allowed to switch for Camilleri. Nissan found a yard and was found smashingly. McCaffrey was quick to close the door. Set back for Camilleri. On for more. Ooh. Away from Zamaya wonderfully. This time for Pipino. And again, she can't pick a corner.
They just tried to walk it in. Gisela Pipino afraid to shoot there. Uncharacteristic miss.
Now more. Pipino take three. This time away from now two. Set it back for Camilleri, who had to reset through Nissan. Had Zamaya to go round and couldn't quite do so. Again, how high it looked long again. Pipino picked it off. Camilleri fancies to go herself and caught it crisply but crashed it wide.
We know how dangerous Trudy Camilleri is from those positions. You give her the center of the pitch and a goal to shoot out, it is almost definitely trouble for the goalkeeper.
She has been troubling tonight, Trudy Camilleri. Pipino on for Moore. Gorgeous skip around Galanos. Moore fancies going around the lot. Pipino's on the overlap. She may not need her. Camilleri gave it back, and Al Hayek denied wonderfully. Now two cleared, only as far as Pipino, who placed it wide of the corner.
The Vic Lions bench amazed at how these shots are just not going in for them.
They've had many an opportunity to put this further out of sight. Galanos could only find touch. with that ball. More on for Pepino. Steered it in for Camilleri. Now 2. Zamaya. Smith ran out of room. 63 seconds to the close in Darebin on what's been quite the vicious Victoria Lions display. Been a side who have been unafraid to go and rip games away from teams. That has been restored in full this evening.
You know, Ethan, these past 2 weeks have just shown the dominance these top two have to the rest of the league. Last week it was a 10-0 Vic Lions win against Hearts and a 21-0 Fitzroy win against Northcut. And now, this week, Vic Lions, as of now, are 10-0 up against 1-0.
It might be 11 as Moore makes it 11! Lovely footwork and a lovely little loft over our Hayek. And that might be the exclamation point on a perfect Victoria Lions evening. Now 2. Went to clip it. They have just been oh so good. So they shared 31 between them last week. They've got 29 this week and counting as Gisela Pepino. Galanos did well. .26 between them. My apologies. There's now 2. Lost out to Moore. Again, couldn't tiptoe beyond, and now Zamaya is charging. Galanos was up for an opportunity, but the point being is these two teams are setting new heights, setting new pedestals, and now Moore is on the charge again. Smith was further forward. Sarah Moore lost her footing, though it will matter not. Victoria Lions did what is demanded of them. The answer required, the answer found in quite some fashion. Terrific performance from the top two in both of this evening. They closed the gap to 2 points. Full time in Darebin, 1-0. Victoria Lions 11. And so welcome, a little bit of a technical difficulty aside, to the evening's final instalment, Friday's final act. And well, to close out the show, it is a crucial one. In terms of a top three push, it's crucial, and it's a critical crossing of contenders. Northcut, who once held the podium, now on the outside looking for a way back in. 4 straight defeats has seen them drop. However, this evening presents itself an opportunity to return to the right path. Melbourne Aku, on the other hand, have inherited that third position in the medley made madness of the month just gone. The win over half the difference as 2/3 of this division become more bunched. Tonight they must win to ensure they come out of all of the chaos that has preceded this game prosperous. And it is quite something that both of these teams have with one another tonight. Northcut have won both previous installations. They'll be looking to go 3 for 3 and make sure that Aku cannot take any form of bragging rights recently, though. That being said, Joe Akon's side will be bolstered by the returns of both Sophie Williams and Jessica Au this evening. So, with that firepower returned, with the steadier foot, and with a little bit more sureness in this side, we're in for a corker of a closer. Northcut as well reinstated to much more of a regular looking mix than what we saw last week. A lot on the line for both of these teams, and Williams is looking to make early inroads. Mergianos was arriving, and Aku have got the lead. Such a smooth move. Waited, and Williams worked hard, flashed it across. Mergianos made her move and made super sure Daly was no chance. And the reigning champions, current third place holders, know they need to win tonight to extend their grip, and they've got off in the perfect way.
An excellent start for Melbourne Aku. Almost an Aku side of old, showing why they're the three-time reigning champions. Northcut with a regular squad compared to last week's inexperienced bunch, which did try their very best in an emphatic loss to Fitzroy. One notable entry, Lexi Menas, 13 years old, is remaining in the squad now. Isha Haskell's given her the nod and reckons that she's up to standards for his women's side this season.
Williams tried to work it on for Mergianos and did so. Au is also getting up ahead of steam, although Mergianos' ball is just a touch too heavy. Minnow starts from the bench this evening for Northcut. A lot of returning faces. Miller Best, Paige Daly, Mariella Bagang also as well, Amy Whiting, all making their way back to this side. Aku have got a few familiar faces from last week. QE Mew is adorned in the specs this evening. Quite a smart look for the three-time champion gaffer as well. So Aku with the early blow, Aku with the early advantage, and as it stands, they're going to pull 5 points clear into third in the table. They will, for the first time this campaign, be out on their own in the top three.
Yes, you know, it's almost as if the Melbourne Aku third place is just a minimum for them. They are in a transition period with some youngsters such as Annabelle Mergianos. And
speaking of Mergianos, went to set it back for Al, who rolled her effort just wide. But that is the kind of problem that they can provoke. Oh, so quickly. Northcut just weren't switched onto it, and they were nearly made to pay. Daly went direct, wanting Whiting. Rebecca Yeat, easy to gather it the second time. She went for Williams. Now Jessica out. Clipped it down the line. Whiting got in the way. I have two players of such immense pedigree, Australian international and New Zealand international as well. It's been quite the handy, almost a restock really, of all the main pieces to the puzzle that won those titles for QEMU and Joe Akon this evening. As Al tried to drive, Bagang was in the way. And it's not a bad way to have a few younger faces in the side either for Melbourne Aku. This is a really transitional season for them, and though the castle walls haven't caved in, though they are a bit crestfallen in terms of their own championship hopes, they can still finish on a high. Williams gave it a hit, and that's a good diving save from Daly down low. Northcut under the pump in the early stages of this game. Sent long again for Whiting. Yi was anticipating. And again, that direct style of play, we've seen it across many a different installation for Northcut this season so far. Sometimes fruitful, sometimes not for Isho Haskell's side, who are looking to snap a pretty unwanted run. Their last win was the last time this fixture was played. Whiting's got a look. It took a deflection, and Northcut have a corner. Cow's corner, Whiting across, Mergianos there to block. Quite an interesting form card for both. They've only got one win in 5. Aku's that one over Hart. The last time this fixture was played was Northcut's most recent win in the league. And that set them fair and flying in third. How the times have changed. That was at the end of some summer sun. It's been a bit of an auspicious autumn since then. And Aku are looking to inflict further pain and make sure that they themselves just have a bit of breathing room. It's been far to come by this season as Gattoli went for a walk down the wing. But it's been far to come by this season for Melbourne Aku. Consistency in terms of the results, in terms of the performances, but they look like they're starting to gel. Mergianos on for Williams, who wins a corner.
With the reintroduction of their captain, Jessica Au, She is Mrs. Consistent. The Australian international futsal player.
How this time steered it to the back post. And Gotoli wasn't quite able to apply a finishing touch on that occasion. Best wanted to help it for Bagang, but only helped it into touch.
Kuimu and Akinjo will be aiming to think that their captain Jessau can bring them back to this consistency, and hopefully she can play more regularly.
There's Williams, who got it from out. Again, tried to thread it down the line for Gotoli, but wasn't able to. A couple of younger faces in this Aku side. Christina Sedgwick is one. Sophia Gotoli is the other. As they continue just to blood the youngsters. It's a good season to do so. Perhaps with a little bit of the pressure off, understanding that it's a rebuild. We saw it with Carlton Heart as well. They've been unafraid to go to the youth this season. Aku have done the same. And there may be a couple of learning curves in there, but having mixes such as Au, in particular Williams, Magianos too, you can't understate her role, as well as players who've been part of the title charge like Rebecca, like Aisha Attic, in and around the squad. It can only be a help instead of a hindrance for all these younger players.
Absolutely, you know, learning from the best, and Melbourne Aku have been the best in the 3 seasons prior to now. The seasoned veterans, just like you mentioned Aisha Attic and Jessau, it's just great to learn from. The best way to learn is from experience, in my belief, and these youngsters will hopefully learn to be as good as some of these seasoned veterans.
Whiting set it for Mariella Bagang. Return for Whiting, and Berry was lurking. Gave it a faint little flick and nearly steered it into the roof of the net. Rebecca was launched, though unneeded. Williams found Au, who was dropping off, and then got a yard on Bagang. Williams was advancing. Gotoli was an option and was found. Best went to press. Jessica Au once more. Couldn't go through the legs of Bagang, who did superbly. Whiting, Best. That's well worked by Northcut to get themselves away from trouble. Got away from Magro as well. Whiting, and Berry was given a bundle and wins a free kick. And as can sometimes be the case, a bit vocal and mostly pensive, Isho Haskell, adopting the touchline this evening. Whiting's take, it took a deflection, it will be a corner. Northcut gathering. Trajectory northward. Bagang, Rebecca Yee had to intervene. Whiting was lurking, and then it broke for Au, who had options left and right. Chose to go it on her own. Rebecca Berry forced her back. And all of a sudden, the options were starved. Magro gave it away. Bagang won in. Whiting did well. Best. Berry. Happy to return for Daly. A much more patient Northcote approach. Berry has got Best, who is charging. Miller Best in behind. Was only able to steer it wide. However, from Northcote, that is far better.
That was probably their best passage of play so far this half. Looking towards the goal with intention, and were just centimetres off collecting the equaliser.
That search still goes on for Isho Haskell and co. The substitutes being prepped. Daly ventured from goal, moved it on to Bagang, who speared it beautifully, pressed in behind and cleared away by Au. And now Aku can counter. Magro led the charge, Best was in retreat and did superbly. It's a lovely shift and then a lovely drop off for Berry, who went the return with Loft, only found Au, who tiptoed beyond one and then another. Au kept it rolling, away from Whiting, and Bagang had to intervene. Gotoli's follow-in was a much easier gather for Daly, and Best is in behind. Miller Best 1-1. Direct and devastating, and North could have got themselves level.
Daly to Best. The throw was perfect, the finish was better. North could have their equaliser.
No, it's my post. It's my photo for the post. No, because it goes on there.
Terrifically done. Northcut went route one and got themselves the one they were looking for. Set level once more. And they have Aku's number this season as well. 2 victories against the reigning champions, the second of which in far more of a flourish than the first. There's, ow, stung the palms. And in fact, when they met on opening night to kickstart the season, this fixture is squared at 1 apiece this season. So Northcut's second win, of course more of a flourish than the first, even though they took it up to the reigning champions in and of itself. Opportunity to charge for Formica, who lost out, and now Berry leads the break. Whiting was launching, Rebecca Yee was alert, and then went to go and gather it. Moved it on for Formica. Whiting's press was a good one. It was set back for Jessica out, moved on for Williams. We got away from Berry, and whose shot was tamed, and an easy gather for Daly, who went quickly for Whiting. And now Northcut all of a sudden have an opportunity. Whiting went from range and whipped it wide of the far post. Timeout slip in hand now for Joe Akon. Maybe Aku are wanting a word. Maybe they're not happy with what they're seeing as best. Wasn't able to steer it further on, and now Au can lead the counter around Whiting. Au went alone, Daly denied well.
Excellent save there by Paige Daly.
And Joe Akon is sauntering over, and Melbourne Aku will have themselves a timeout. Since taking the lead rather early, Northcut reeled them back in and have since stolen the momentum. As we get a timeout, it's Aku 1, Northcut 1. We return from timeout for the first time this evening. Aku had been reined in. This fixture has been one which drew a lot of interest. Northcut were 2-1 up at half-time on opening night against Aku. They lost 4-2. That was the evening Alexia Duff announced herself to the league. The follow-in was a rather comfy Northcut victory on that evening. They played some of the best futsal we've seen them play this season. It's come in glimpses for Isho Haskell's side. There is always that question over the consistency, but for the most part this campaign there have been growing steps taken. For Aku, this is starting to look a little bit more formidable as Mergianos set it back for Williams. And for Jessica out. We steered it on for Sienna Formica, who lost out. And it was very well done in the end. Northcut defensively had held firm. Mergianos then got a foot in the way as Minas wasn't able to clear further. Hours on the charge. On for Williams, who couldn't sort her feet out. Quite an arm wrestle developing here in Darebin. The closer at DCSS never disappoints. Daly, that's a lovely dart. On for Best, who's away from out. Had options left and right. Berry was the late runner. Formica did well. Mergianos will see it out. And we're approaching the halfway stage of this first half here to close out your Friday night. And so far, both of these teams are lock level. We are where we started, waiting for who will be the one to go and break the deadlock. Northcut have been brighter since they got level. Aku are making the opportunities. It's Daly on for Berry. Wanted to spear it towards Minas. It'll break for Hewitt, who steered her effort wide. It fell fortuitously for Louise Hewitt, who just wasn't able to wrap her foot around it enough and whip it into the corner. The fling given away to Best. Al was there in retreat and had to be diligent. Now Jessica Al's turn to drive. Aku with a glimpse of an opportunity. Hewitt in retreat had to concede the corner. Though quickly in retreat to stifle out the danger. Mergianos' take. It's set out for Al. Jessica Rao fancy to go, and Daly catches comfortably. Now going to drop it off for Best. Sedgwick went to press. And long search for Minas was not fruitful. Formica. Down the line for Mergianos. Minas happy to press her. Mergianos then gave it away. Hewitt was lurking, though her touch was heavy. And Mergianos then happy to usher it out of play as a result. Jess out. Moved it out the other way for Formica. Al went searching. Best came across. Dropped it off for Hewitt, who's got a look. Tried to spear it for Minas. And the second touch was a fraction too heavy. Northcut are creating quite the opportunity for themselves to go and give it to the reigning champions again. Cut out well by Minas. Now Best. And cleared out of play in the end by Formica. There's Berry. Didn't steer for Hewitt. Al cut it out. Options left and right. Jessica Al might go on her own and has dragged it wide. What a look. A golden, golden look. And one with where she got through, you only expected the net to ripple. A real rarity. Foul to blaze wide. Lovely touch from Hewitt. Berry was out the back. That's a good save from Rebecca E. Northcut corner. Berry's take. Best. Berry. Couldn't steer it. And now Aku are all on their own. Hours on her own. And this time scores. Ruthless. Northcut were jumped by Jessica Al. She went back to front and battered it in. And Aku have got their lead back. And once again, Northcut have it to do. Aku's golden girl giving them a golden lead. How glad are they to have her back? Likewise for Sophie Williams, who played it on for Mergianos. Gottoli. Made it back for Mergianos. Out the other way was Williams. On the switch for Gottoli, who was able to take it down. And now Mergianos. Northcut wanted a handball, and instead Williams stole a yard. They were nearly caught napping, and Best nearly, inadvertently, deflected it into our own net. Aku corner. Williams takes. Set for Mergianos, and Daly denied the second she didn't. And Annabelle Mergianos has given Aku some breathing room. A quick 1-2 punch. And the reigning champions, despite feeling some autumnal wilter, are proving a bit more of an evergreen force this evening. Northcut wanting reply in kind. Magro cleared it. Mergianos got away from Bagang. She's all on her own once again. Annabelle Mergianos worked the yards, and Gottoli steered it wide of the far post. But you can see the animation from Joe Akon. He is beyond best pleased with how they have rallied following that timeout. Gottoli couldn't get beyond Berry. Bagang set it back for Daly, who played it in for Berry, who gave it a poke and was not far away. Janos on for Gottoli, who left it behind. Northcut in need of a rally. And it's at second bottom of the table. At the moment are dwindling dangerously above falling into that finishing place. Bagang, Berry, got around Gottoli and now can go on the counter. On for Whiting, who wasn't able to steer it for Minas. Magro's happy to clear. Daly directs. Mergianos nodded it on, and now Aku have an opportunity to break. Gottoli had Bagang in retreat, and she had no runners arriving. Bagang for Minas. And back from Ariella Bagang, who steered it on for Whiting. Williams trying to marshal her. Now Berry. Minas, who sold Bagang short. And Mergianos went early and forced the block out of Ariella Bagang. Mergianos looking to create. Williams. There's a rare hush here in Darebin. Not often it happens on a futsal weekend. Williams with two lovely turns. Clipped a teasing ball in for Mergianos. Bagang flicked away. And Minas came across. Joe Akon not best pleased with Aku losing out on that occasion. Northcote have got to find something in the time that remains in this first half. Not only to halve the deficit before the break, to give them a spark. However, Mergianos is on the march and has placed it wide. My word, that's a good opportunity. Annabelle Mergianos has had a plethora of good looks in this first half and could easily have had herself a hat-trick. And still, Northcote blushes are spared. The Warriors needing to rally. They are wanting. Bagang, Whiting in ahead of Mergianos. Mariella Bagang stayed down, a little bit slower to get up. Williams steered it in for Mergianos. Runners left and right. Gottoli was one of them. Bagang intervened well. And this quite the first half of a lot of renewed Aku positivity. And Mergianos Whiting there to block. Aku have a corner. And they are surging for yet another. Magro's take again for Mergianos. Set it on for Williams. Couldn't trace it beyond Cal. Mergiano's happy to let it trickle out of play. And now she will be replaced by Jessica out. 5 to the break. Aku looking to find it in a flourish. And here is out. Again, waiting on the movement. Williams provided such. Out. Went with Loft beautifully as well. And Gottoli couldn't steer it beyond Daly, who was quick to find Bagang. She switched for Cal. Set back for Best. And Miller Best afforded a few yards. Went the early drive. Rebecca Yee almost spilled it. As Cal was lurking. Now Williams on for out. Thought about the 1-2 with Magro. Instead went with Williams, who wanted the return. Cal went and cut it out. Best happily across the clear. Aku wanting, you get the feeling, maybe one more to end the first half. Give them that insurance. Northcut are prone to a late rally. Saw it against 1-0 where they nearly pinched a point. This is a Melbourne Aku side who cannot be too certain until that whistle chimes. That's a beauty of a ball. Best for Whiting, who's steered it wide of the post. Though that gets much adulation on the Northcut bench. Whiting was well found. Steered it agonisingly wide of the far post. Just for a moment, they crafted an opening for themselves. Aku, and now they have another opportunity as Aku have given it away once more. Bagang, a cow lurking. Bagang gave it a poke and saw it fly wide of the far post. Cannot afford to give up too many more of these opportunities. Feeling is eventually Northcote will take one. Williams went long to no avail. Al's there to mop it up. And Jessal drifted away from 2. Formica took well. Williams fancied to hit herself, and it stung the palms of Daly, who was there quick to go for Best. Through the legs of Magro. Miller Best on the march. Is going all on her own and is denied well by Rebecca Yee. She kept it rolling though. Best take 2, blocked by Williams. Magro then lost out. Miller Best kept going. Tiptoed around one, was fouled by the other and wins a free kick. And Isho Haskell wants timeout. Northcote will have it. They are just starting to garner some momentum once again. Aku just needing to make super short. Warriors have timeouts and they've got a golden opportunity when we return. It's Melbourne Aku 3, Northcote 1. We return from timeout. Northcote have got themselves a great opportunity. Isho Haskell engrossed in conversation with Adrian Attard, and the Northcut manager is carrying on a little bit here. Begang's free kick for Best. It was there for Whiting. They've made a bit of a muddle of that. And now Jessica Au is on the charge with 2, then 3 to beat. And she's somehow gone round all of them. Steered it on for Mergianos. Cow was there to block Whiting at the second attempt. And Mergianos recycles. Au once more. Steered it on for Williams. Mergianos was lurking. And Daly was there to gather. On for Best. Northcut wanting some patience, some composure. Whiting, Best. Flick for Begang, who got in ahead of Williams. Cow was round the back. Au did well in retreat. Williams back for Jessica Au. Cow happy to clip it off. And Isho Haskell still going on. He has to be a little bit cautious here. You get the feeling. It's Mergianos. Begang was bustling. Mergianos just did well to shut the door, despite Mariella Begang's best efforts. Final couple of minutes to the break. And so far, for Melbourne Aku, it has been vintage in a lot of ways. This is more akin to what we're used to seeing. There's been a movement, there's been a real slickness about the way they've played so far tonight. Northcut at times haven't been able to keep up, have been at risk of being blown away, though the frailties remain. They have given away glimpses themselves. There's Formica, lost that to Whiting, and now Best, who lost her footing, and Mergianos set it on for Williams and placed it behind on the return. Just as Mergianos was going to make her move. Daily direct, lovely take from Whiting. Cow's run was a good one. Again, Jess Au, marshalled and was given a clip. Williams sent back for Jess Au. Formica, who got a bit of luck via a ricochet from Best. Placed it on for Au, who drilled it in. Yet another on her return. Jess Au with certainty. Shifted right, drilled it left. And Aku have got the goal they craved before the break. The lead of 3 now proving to be one that could be an avenue to 3 points. And they're in the mood for more. Formica, not beyond Best. And there is just a little bit of joy and a little bit, almost, of that old bit of Aku whimsy starting to creep back in. And touchline is a happier place to be than it has been in recent weeks. Whiting took a tumble. Moved on to Jessica Au. On for Mergianos. Au once again was waiting on the runners. Best was there to intervene. Au kept it rolling. Inside the final minute of the first half. Mergianos, Williams. Au. Williams via a ricochet, and Whiting's there to block. Is there one late twist to the first half tail? Is there one last little shift towards either direction? Au on for Williams. Fancy to drive herself. Mergianos made it across at the near post. That was hit with some force. And Joe Akon sees the funny side of it. He seems to be in much more a comedic mood this evening, does the Melbourne Aku manager. quite entertaining. I'm not sure if you can hear him down on the touchline, but he's been in fine voice for 20 minutes, to put it quite politely. As best at Aiden Mergianos, Formica was lurking. Bagang for Formica. It'll find its way out of play. And Isho Haskell this time will find himself with a yellow card. He'd been walking a tightrope for a little bit, and has now maybe tiptoed onto ice that's a bit too thin. Best whipped it for Berry, whose volley on the side. It wasn't one which troubled Rebecca Yee. Is there one final look then to this first half? Williams for out, Berry intervenes, and now Whiting or in Northcut going to get the final say. Berry's got a look and has flashed it wide. It got a flick, it will be a corner. 6 seconds to find something. Whiting's take, Bagang gave it a go, Berry was darting, Whiting take 2, Williams blocked, Al will see the time, Aku will hold the lead to the break at the end of a first half which is much more akin to what we're used to seeing. Half time in Darabin, the reigning champions have looked to re-find some of that regal form. It's Melbourne Aku 4, Northcut 1. We return from half-time for the final time this evening, the final real proper opportunity both managers have had to address their players. Melbourne Aku had quite a fantastic first half. 4 goals for the reigning champions. That was all it took to win this fixture on opening night. The reverse of this scoreline is how Northcut beat them the last time these two teams met. So it's quite an interesting parallel to see how those lines cross over. You're looking at two teams who have had two very different journeys this season as well. Both narratives have really shifted. Aku were initially looked at as part of a 3-horse race, and then the drop out of that was in quite the early running. For Northcut, on the flip side, they came in as a bit of an unknown quantity into this season. We saw bits and pieces of them in the FOS Cup, but we didn't see enough to get a good enough sample size. Now, over half a season, it's a side who are streaky, and Miller Best is on the charge to start this second half in quite a positive vein. Whiting, who fired it into Mergianos, then went and reset it through Mariella Bagang. Out the other way was Berry. That's a lovely check as well. Berry was in, and Williams blocked, but North could have a corner. Berry's take. Whiting whipped it across. Mergianos got in the way and is now on the counter. Only one more up with her, and Best in retreat did well. Aku will get a corner of their own at the other end. An end-to-end start in the first minute of the second half. Corner quickly for Mergianos. Whiting intervenes. And now Bagang, who's got two further forward, one of whom was Berry. Whiting was making her move, but Williams denied anything from further transpiring, and then went alone and forced a pretty good save out of Paige Daly. That kind of direction is something we've seen fleetingly from the reigning champions this season. Williams has provided some of that in droves this evening. She has another go and was not a million miles away. Two quick tests for Daly. She is equal to quite a bit of attention in the first half. The first two is unblemished in the second. That's a beauty of a ball from Bagang. Berry wanted to lay it off for Whiting, and now Mergianos on the charge. Options left and right. Annabelle Mergianos dropped it off, and Gottoli steered it wide and into the side netting. Miller Best on the charge, set it on for Whiting. Mergianos blocked. The net was vacant, and Bagang steered it over. How on earth did she miss? Just got under it. That is a really, really unfortunate turn of events. Bagang blazes over. It's a great Northcut opportunity as well. Quite the golden glimpse at the start of the half. Berry went and won it back, dropped it off for Whiting. Now Best, who speared it towards Berry. Mergianos did wonderfully, and now has got runners, one of whom was Williams, although Miller Best came across to intervene. Mergianos again for Williams, who's got Best to go at, and Williams ran out of room while trying to do so. Berry comes for a break. Louise Hewitt instated. First real bit of rotation in the second half. Two prepped on the Aku bench. Magro and Jess Au awaiting a return to action. Here's Hewitt. Steered it nicely for Best. It's a good footing from Williams. And there is Au's reintroduction. Did not have to wait long. There's a slight suspicion that she will have quite a bit to say in this second half, as Whiting gave it a hit and Aku have a corner. Best corner take. Whiting gave it a go and wasn't far away. It was whipped wickedly across the face. And didn't have a finishing touch to steer it the other side of the post. Aku survived a bit of a scare. Williams for Mergianos. That's well won by Hewitt. On for Bagang, who went to thread it, and Louise Hewitt got there. And her ball was unworried for Rebecca Yee. Mergianos on for Gottoli, and Bagang will see it out of play. Best. Lovely ball, Whiting with the chest. There was a good bit of improvisation and a marvellous save from Rebecca Yee down low. Fabulous stop from the Aku shot stopper. Corner taken quickly, Best. Got a yard on out. Set it back for Bagang. Daly's gone on a venture. Hewitt only steered it on for Jessica out, who then went around Miller Best. That went on her own, and it took a deflection, and it will be an Aku corner. Williams with haste. How couldn't wrestle away from Hewitt. Williams set it back for Magro. Mergianos. A real patient Aku approach now. Just trying to take the sting and the time away from Northcut. That's a glorious ball from out. And Magro's touch just invited Whiting and Daly to sort it out between them. That's a long fling. Ow, nearly inadvertently. Flicked beyond Rebecca Yee into her own net. Now Williams. Ow, on for Mergianos. Williams. Set back for Jessica out. Again, Sophie Williams, who is being watched by Hewitt, who then went and won it. And couldn't find a way further forward. Al then took over. And can go on the charge. Hewitt wants to shut the door down the line. Al's worked a yard. And steered it for Mergianos. Best was there to block. And still those two sort it. And now Miller Best is charging. And Mergianos with quite the intervention. And Annabelle Mergianos for it finds herself in the book. Can't quite repeat what Isho Haskell just said to me about that. Although the Northcut manager is box office as always on his touchline. Miller Best's free kick in the meantime. On for Daly. Now Whiting. Bagang let it run. Best has got a yard. I think Hewitt was lurking. Yee was uncertain. And the cross was steered over. It's a really good look for Northcut, and they've just started to create a couple of opportunities right at the start of this second half. Aku are playing with fire. Au was nearly sold short and then ran herself out of room. Bagang. Whiting wasn't able to flick it goalward. Jessica Au. Happy to move it on for Formika. Au. Who has Hewitt to go around. And Jessica Au is stopped certainly. Hewitt did brilliantly. And then the ball was a little bit behind Whiting. He allowed Gottoli to go and win it back. Formika. Au. It's a good read from Best, though it will fall for Formika. I had to work it out for Gottoli, but she ran out of room. Miller Best. North could have really ripped the momentum from Melbourne Aku to kickstart this half. For the first 5.5 minutes, they have looked the more likely of these two teams. Try and find a way to make that count where it matters most. Formika. On for Jess out. Who got away from Whiting. Formika once more. Au. Again not away from Hewitt, who had a go herself. And Rebecca Yee Again called into action, and again saved rather comfortably. As out. Formica was sold short, Whiting was lurking, as was Hewitt, and Melbourne Aku at the moment cannot handle the press. Bagang's ball. Miller Best had a yard. Rebecca E was there to gather. And was there to go direct and only into the roof. But what a start to this half. Northcut are pressing. They are surging. And searching for a way back into this game. Daly. On for Best, tried to steer it for Whiting. That was well telegraphed by Al, who is now on the charge, has Hewitt to beat. Al had many in retreat. Jessica Al went on her own, and Daly made a fabulous save. Minas was on hand to clear, but that's superb from the Australian international. Aku, having withstood the pressure, nearly went and dealt a hammer blow at the other end. Magro for Au, who then got it back. Jessica out. Formica fancied a drive. Whiting blocked. Au. Again for Magro. Very calm display from Aku. That's a great read from Hewitt, though. And she is through. Hewitt's on her way and has flashed it wide. Would have been a wonderful goal. And maybe could have been the spark Northcut needed. Agonisingly wide for Louise Hewitt. Gottoli set it back for Au. Aku are on the edge, however, at the moment. That's Gottoli. That's brilliantly done. And it's a great read again from Hewitt. Miller Best. Minas made the width, and it's moved on for Whiting, who speared it in for Hewitt this time, and Al just came across as she went to pull the trigger. Northcut are creating a plethora of opportunities, although Magro's gone away from two, and one Aku a corner. Magianos reinstated. She's made quite the difference this eve. Hewitt, who was allowed to turn, set it back for Best. Tried to steer it for Whiting, on for Mergianos. Set it back for Jessica out, who just wanted the shape to be regained. Mergianos obliged. Steered down the line for Formica. Mergianos. Formica. Out. Tried to thread it. Whiting wasn't having any of it. And now could be on the charge. And there wasn't a runner further forward for her. Although Northcut at the moment have really had the better of this first 10 minutes of the second half. But they need something to show from it. Good read by Minas. Well battled by Best, who still kept trying to bulldoze. Whiting dropped it off. Daly acting a sweeper. Almost used up all her time. Minas. Whiting. Steered down the line. Al was looking to steer it out. Williams. Steered down the line for Mergianos. Aku maybe with a return to reply in kind. It's a good read from Minas. And a rare hush around this place on a Friday. It's been a cacophony of noise so far. Al went searching. Williams was on her own. Whiting was across and cleared. Formica. On for Jessau. Again went looking. Williams was the only option. Best Tried to prevent the option down the line. Mergianos went on a marauding run. It was not found. And Northcut, having had all that momentum, what they can ill afford to do now is let that peter out and give Melbourne Aku the ascendancy back as best. Had to go round Williams. Was back for Daly. Whiting. Poked it for Minas. It'll favour Hewitt. Minas. Best. Wasn't able to steer it for either. As we tick towards the halfway stage of the second half. Aku, Northcut, neither has left a blemish in the second half. Up until this point. Williams went searching. Minas read it well. Best. Hewitt. He went to thread it for Miller Best and wasn't able to. But it does get a round of applause from Isho Haskell on the touchline. You get the feeling that first half yellow card has mellowed him out a little bit. There's Mergianos with a tidy take. Lost out to Whiting, then Minas, and now Formica will take over. Williams on for Jessica out. Wanted to thread it. It was read well by Best. Minas, Hewitt. Minas. Tried to blaze it down the line for Best, but it was just a fraction too firm. Joe Akon with a quick glimpse at the clock and now is trying to negotiate a timeout with Isho Haskell. That's quite something. It's very diplomatic from those two. Not something we've been used to this evening. Formica. On for Williams. Isho Haskell preaching diplomacy from his touchline. As Formica couldn't evade Best. This second half locked in stalemate. Score undeterred from the end of its first set. As Best. Daly's gone fifth momentarily, just to lend a helping hand. Moved it back for Minas, who went to Spirits for Whiting, who couldn't quite get there. And that has been the real tale of Northcut's half so far. There's been a lot of creativity, a lot of purpose, but the end product just hasn't come to the floor, and it starts to need to soon if they are to get back into this game. Williams on for Formica. Mergianos lurking, got in ahead of Minas. And now Daly, quick to go, and Northcote have got the numbers. Best allowed to charge. Williams went to shut the door. Al was lurking and evaded both the dangling legs of Whiting and Cal, but ran out of room. Cal set it for Best, whose effort was blazed a little bit over in the end. Jessica out. Had runners left and right, one of whom was Williams. Instead, had to recycle through Formica. Out. Threaded for Mergianos. That's marvellously worked. On for Williams. Threaded through for Formica, who steers it wide. Gorgeous Aku futsal. And all it needed was the finishing touch. That ball from Sophie Williams was a beauty. Drilled across delightfully. Inches wide of the post. Inches wide of a fifth that would have put this to bed. As Cal couldn't steer it for Berry. Williams, Mergianos got inventive and to good effect. Got away from Best. Annabelle Mergianos on the march. Minas came across. Mergianos set it on for Williams, who thought about the shot momentarily, then recycled through out. Formica, Berry. Couldn't keep it alive. And you can feel really on the Northcut touchline there is a real restraint in this second half. Isho Haskell has been far from outspoken. Magianos couldn't go beyond Cow on that time. Jess out now. On for Williams, got around Berry and won a free kick. Whereas for Joe Akon and QE Mew, they've been much more animated. So an Aku free kick. And an opportunity to find a fifth. Williams' take, short for out. Jess out gave it a go and was not far away. A right smile of relief from Isho Haskell on the Northcut touchline as that flew wide. As out onto Gotoli, and that one less testing and less concerning. Cow. Berry. Tried to steer it, Al got a flick which benefited Cow, and Williams then came across to clear her lines. Best. Again went with height, again went looking. Williams was there to clear, and now Gotoli, who could go on the charge. That's a brilliant read from Best, who's got two up with her, one of whom was Cow. She speared it looking for Berry, and Rebecca Yee was there. Aku all of a sudden now have a counter of their own. Gotoli, Mergianos made her move, and Gotoli couldn't find balance to find her. Flung longingly by Daly. Williams the only one there. Mergianos, Best. Her and Minas sorted out well. Now Best. Got away from Gotoli. And once again, it's quite a debate going on between those two here on broadcast side. And Isho Haskell's credit, he has shown a lot of restraint in this half. Though you get the feeling that that willpower is being strained slightly. As Minas, now Daly can't touch this, she'll let it trickle out. Neither side has issued a timeout yet. Though you get the feeling one may be coming as we approach the final few minutes. Cow on for Berry. Tried to spin Al. Al got a foot in. Berry recycled it through Best. That's a lovely ball. Clipped well for Cow. Gotoli was there and Williams also. Now Al. Gave it away to Best. And then Al went and won it. Aku all of a sudden had a break. Minas with too much force, too much of an awkward height. And Gotoli. Daly on for Berry, who had an early drive, and Yee was uncomfy but gathered. Williams, who has been instrumental this evening, on for Jess out, who has been equally as such. Cow went and won it. Isho Haskell might be about to call that timeout as Best. Warded it off for Berry, who blazed it across. He does want timeout. He wants to have a word and set his side up for a grandstand finish. So, Northcut next possible. Flung long for Gotoli. That's a good read from Minas. Aku will want to get there and will want to get Northcut to timeout in as much peril as possible. Hours tiptoeing, beyond two, beyond three, and Daly denied her. The opportunity's live once more. Al lost her footing. Best then came in, and Twinkley evaded one, and then two, and has got one up with her. Best drove it for Berry. Williams intervened, and Northcut are going to have a timeout. Their best opportunity of the half thus far, created on the counter, although once more did not bear fruition. Under 5 to go when we return. It's Melbourne Aku 4, Northcut 1. We return from timeout inside the final 5 here in Darebin. Northcut are searching for a way back into this game. Aku holding firm for the time being. Best tried to steer it for Berry. Isho Haskell's side have been valiant in this second patch, but they need some sort of substance if they are to get back into this game. Williams seared it down the line. North could have applied quite a fair bit of pressure in this second half. Aku continued to be under the pump. There have been fleeting moments of ebb and flow. Bagang gave a hit. Now Rebecca Yee spilled. Berry was lurking and the Aku keeper did well just to readjust in the nick of time. Rolled it on for Williams. Now Jessica out. And these two have been the cornerstone of QEMU's side's positivity. That's a glorious turn from Al, who then went and lost it, and Mariella Bagang is in behind. She went to steer it for best when she could have gone alone, and now Williams will go the other way. On for Magro. It's a good read from Berry, and now North could get another look. Berry went first time, and Rebecca Yee had a nearly moment. You just feel like there's a bit of desperation creeping in as Williams. Aku have been calm. They've been persistent and consistent. And at the moment, the points are theirs. Unless Northcut have got something special up their sleeve. Daly encouraged to go. Waited on Bagang, who now has been given a yard. Bagang went early, pumped away and bested the side netting. My word, are they creating chances. But still, one is yet to fall. Jess out trying to force it. Aku won't mind this. A complete reset. With Al once more. That's a beauty of a ball as well, threaded for Magro. Just a little bit too much fire on it. Joe Akon is loitering with a timeout slip in hand, as Minas wasn't able to thread it. Magro steered it down the line to no avail, and Joe Akon rather teasingly was over by the referees panel. He's decided to return to the technical area for the time being. Time ticking away inside the final 3. And Northcut need 3 and Daly's taken 4. You can ill afford, when the margins are so fine, to waste even a second. Aku know they're close. One more sets it, signed, sealed, delivered. But at the moment, they still have that superstition that it might not go their way. There's still the opportunity. It would require Northcut to do something out of nothing to go and save this game. Berry speared it. Bagang and Mergianos were entangled. Berry went the following. Mergianos did magnificently. And now Williams wasn't able to thread it. And in fact, it'll be reeled back. And Berry will find herself with a yellow card. And Isho Haskell again has an opportunity to act as diplomat. He was wanting an explanation. And the explanation he gets is not one which goes down amazingly with his substitutes either. There's Bagang. Berry, and now Magro's in behind, and Daly denied the first and the second. That's brilliant. Terrific keeping. So you feel more and more with the seconds it may be in vain. Joe Akon take two to have a loiter and to have a look at a timeout. As out, can't find a way beyond Bagang. Jessica out. For Mergianos. Slid down the line. Formica did fantastically to keep that alive. Mergianos out. Patience for Melbourne Aku. It's given away this time though. Berry's on the charge. Hours in retreat. The first was blocked. Berry was able to rekindle. Au just kept the door closed. Set back for Miller Best. And this time it was Formica whose challenge was firm. Best kept going. And again it comes to no avail. 95 seconds. For Jessica out and Aku to tick their way towards 5 points clear at the top three. To be the side stealing that final podium place and to have a bit of breathing room in which to do so. It's a topsy-turvy one for the reigning champions, and they may not be done yet, as Best is darting, Yi denied, and Magro is there to mop up. It has been a topsy-turvy season thus far for the reigning champions. Though at the moment, they look like they may be slightly out of the woods. 66 seconds for Northcut to score thrice, and it would rescue a point. Berry's take on for Best. Bagang, Daly's come to play fifth once more. And was pressed by Formica. That's a lovely turn of feet from Daly, who's got around two. And then has now left the vacant net, which Magro may not be able to fill. And Berry's on the charge, and out to go around. And Rebecca Yee was there to deny. That was dazzling from Paige Daly, though. And the bench want one more, as Whiting forces Rebecca Yee to palm over. Final 40 seconds. Again, Joe Akon loitering, although he's been told the time, and perhaps he's thinking better of it. Whiting's corner, out for Daly, who's being urged to shoot, and it might be set back. Now the net is abandoned. Bagang was in retreat. That's a brilliant block. Best unable to work it down the line. So long, and Formica got there ahead of Daly. It is complete Northcut chaos to close out the game. As Daly went direct. Al was there, Mergianos. And Whiting, one for the road maybe, that's a top finish. Consolation though it may be, that's brilliantly taken by Amy Whiting. Wonderfully whipped into the bottom corner. And Joe Akon's not giving up the ghost just yet. Jessica out. On to Magro. Now Mergianos. He's running out of time if he is to do it. Jessica Rao is going round the lots, and it's blocked by Bagang. On for Whiting. He might have missed his window. He has, but Aku go 5 clear at the top 3. One that's quite entertaining to finish off Friday. Fantastic. From start to finish, Aku held firm, and full time in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 4, Northcut 2.